Check, 1 2 1 2. Hello, welcome back to another Project Feline dev stream. We're in for something exciting today. We're going to be mixing it up, doing something a bit different. Sorry I was gone last week. I had some technical issues to sort out. Couldn't really stream, but we're back, and hopefully there's no more issues. I do need to set something up though before I dive into what we're going to do. But I've got something really urgent, really important that has to get done very soon. And it's going to take priority over Gabby's model at the moment. I've been trying to still work on that in the background, but I'm a little tired of working on it. So we're going to switch it up. We're going to switch the plates, switch the whatever DJs do, I guess. They switch tracks. And we're going to be working on the next devlog. But I'm going to do it like on stream, doing it live. I can't show you the full episode, of course, when we get into it, because I have an obligation to my supporters so that they get the right to watch the full thing. But I do need to edit segments of it, like the intro, and then there's a entire segment that I forgot to like record that I have to do. I'll show you what that is in a bit. So yeah, I'm just getting everything open, and I need to wire in my desktop audio. So I got to make sure that that's turned on, because you need to be able to hear my desktop this time. So if I go to my audio, they should be able to do that, no problem. And I need to turn off the music. Okay, so the music should have stopped now, and you should be hearing my desktop. Hopefully that's good. That's loud enough. I'm actually not sure. You guys, if you can't hear that level. Actually, that sounds really cool when I spam click that. I wish that was my morning alarm, actually. That's really nice. So if you guys can hear that, let me know. You can hear it? Cool. RC Studio says, my name is Markiplier and welcome back to Project Feline. I should make that my intro. My voice is not as deep as Markiplier, but I can get close, hopefully. So on this stream, it'll give me a cool opportunity as well to show you all of the workflow changes that I've undergone to my editing. Dude was late to it. I know I was late. Okay, I had issues. I had to, my Windows, it still has the update icon for some reason, but Windows like wouldn't turn on. But I got into the computer. Okay, I made it in. And thanks so much, Nutbill, for gifting a membership to JK. That is so nice of you, man. Thanks so much. Well, it is because of members and supporters like you that I can even make these videos at all. So I appreciate the support so much. I could just not, I could not do anything and just develop the game in private, but I don't know, you guys like seeing these episodes. You guys are always asking about them. And they do take a bit. I'll show you how it's sort of looking at the moment. I'll show you how much work this actually is, because I think I've never actually talked publicly about how much work a single video is to make. That's why I kind of like streaming now, because I don't have to put in extra work. But making a good video, it's quite a bit. So I appreciate all the supporters on YouTube and Patreon for sort of helping me make these. Which I think, speaking of which, actually I do have a segment for that right here. Right at the end, I do a little plug for the merch. So on the Patreon right now, you can get some of this stuff if you're interested in doing that, or if you want your name in this area. This is the credits roll. I need to pick out some fan artwork to put in the background here too, because I like to do that, where for the end credits, I like to have some fan art in the background with the Patreon credits. So maybe once I get what I need to get done, maybe you guys can help me pick out what fan art to do. But for the moment, I've got like most of the episode done, except I'll show you where there's an issue. There's this big blank gap here, and that's meant to be about rigging, because the video is about this robot. It's how I made this character. That's the premise of the episode. Some of you might have remembered on stream, like maybe a year or two ago when I made this thing, but I've been so busy that I just haven't had time to talk about it in a video. So this is going to be that video. And I do have like 2 or 3 more that I'm also working on in the background video-wise. But this is an easier one to tackle, because some of the other videos I'm working on, I'm still writing because it's just so complicated. But this is a very simple, like, here's how I made this. It's concepting, modeling, rigging, and I go through all my little tricks. But when I was doing the script, I went from like I think it was like texturing straight to animation. And I like, oh, I didn't talk about rigging. Uh-oh. So I have to, I've written up some things I've written up a rigging segment that I have to record. So I don't know if we'll start with that or if we'll start with the first 30-second bit, because this is also the other bit I have to do, where I have to do the high engagement 30-second intro to grab your attention straight away. So I usually leave this to the end as well, because it's like the hardest to do, because you have to like really get everything perfect, because up until here, this marker, if I don't get you in the palm of my hand by that point, then it's over and I failed. And YouTube won't show the video to anyone, and no one will care about what I'm going to talk about for the next 10 minutes of the video. So the first, that sort of period, probably even the first 10 seconds actually, is even more crucial. So I like to leave this to the end, because I need to like really, like I need to have all the footage recorded and everything usually, and I need like time to think of an idea. And that's a segment I'll have to do. We might start with that actually, because it's the most fun. It's the most fun part. So I have like I'll go up to like here, and I'll play back how this is looking. So there's a lot of missing footage right now, but this is how it's shaping up so far. This is the new enemy robot for my upcoming indie game, Project Feline. These bots hunt in a pack, searching all corners of the world for Gabby, the catgirl fugitive protagonist. There's no footage yet. Stay out of sight and run far away, or else they will find you, and they will whack you. I'm Raymond, I'm responsible for these abominations, and in this devlog we'll be covering the creation process. I'm Raymond. Yeah, there we go. Sometimes it's a lot to render with the... I've got like time-lapse footage in here for some of these bits, and time-lapses just eat up memory. So if it freezes like that, don't worry, that's normal. So there's my voiceover. Hopefully that was audible. You guys let me know if the levels are good, because I can't hear what you guys are hearing. I can hear my desktop. I don't know how it sounds on stream. But the yeah, as you notice, there's a lot of things missing, because no one wants to hear me yap and have like a black screen. You know, that's not very engagement. That's not very, that's not very YouTube algorithm of me, is it? So I've got some test clips here that I'm thinking to chuck in to spice things up. I've got this one shot of the drone like that, but it's kind of boring. I want to like get some cool, like attention grabbing something in there, spicing it up a bit, and then I guess we'll look at some of these other clips and see what we can fit together. I've got ones of it moving, and I've got one of Gabby hiding from them. I do need another shot of her getting attacked, which I have somewhere. And then I've just got like a bunch of these temporary clips here at the moment. But I'll start with this first one, because this needs... It's boring. I need something cool. Audio is good? Awesome. That's fantastic. Very attention grabbing. I drop what I'm doing and watch. Well, that's good news. But I'm going to make it even more attention grabbing, so that you don't just drop what you're doing and watch, but you do something that would indicate you're paying even more attention, which I don't know what that would be. But well, that's cool. I didn't think a black screen would be attention grabbing enough, but I think I could do better. I think I can do better than that. So if your attention is grabbed, you better hold on to that attention tighter and see if you gotta hold that attention more guardedly. You gotta pretend that you're in front of YouTube right now on the home screen, because that's where everyone clicks on my videos apparently, is on the home screen. So you gotta imagine you're on the home screen. Well, that would be the thumbnail. I need to get you with the thumbnail, which we'll also do. We'll probably do that tomorrow. But let's spice up this clip. So this is okay, this like opening shot. This is the new enemy robot for my upcoming but there's no like movement. Like it's just the camera slow panning, and it's not really matching like what I'm saying, like the tone and pace of what I'm saying and the music, because I've got this background music that's like I this was like I already knew I was going to use this song before I even made the video, but I think this is such a great fit for the opening. It's like this really intense. So what I want to do is I want to line up shots to that sort of big drum that's in the mix. So the beginning of this needs, because you hear how heavy, like that first slam, like that sound. This shot does not, it doesn't quite go with it. It feels very limp next to the music. If I took the music off, it would look even lamer. Like if I just had me talking. This is the new enemy robot for my upcoming... Like, I want to click off already. That sounds awful. So... So what we'll do, I'll just keep the music on so you don't get confused by me talking and past me talking. And I will edit in some cool effects. I do have a preset zoom effect on my template file. This is my template file. And this is basically, it's got the logo and it's got like a bunch of example graphics and text that I use for each episode. And this layer has a specific zoom effect on it that I want to copy and paste into this. So yeah, watch this. There's a big difference now. So if I hit play now, you see how before it's just, hold on. Where's the thing? Yeah, so if I turn that off, if I turn it on, see that epic zoom? It's got a bit of motion blur on it as well, so it looks even more like Mr. Beastie. But what I want to do next, I like that, but I want to cut to like a different part of the shot. Like right there. I want to cut it. And we'll get rid of that effect. And I'll like cut over here. Actually, I might, maybe a bit, hold on. Like right there, I want it to change the shot, to skip ahead. Because this is gonna sound a bit weird. But to prepare for this intro, because I thought very hard about, because when I wrote this about maybe a week or two ago. When I was writing the intro, I was thinking like, how the hell do I make people care about this random robot model? Like this, to me, it's not that interesting of a topic, but I have to talk about it. It's part of development. And I'm thinking, well, how do I make this like cool? So I went and watched a lot of commercials from like Hasbro and Spin Master from like 2007. And I kind of just watched like Beyblade commercials. And I was like, how do they talk in these commercials and how do they edit stuff? And I tried to get like a similar vibe. That's why I picked this music, because it sounds very reminiscent. Like if you were to like watch a Bakugan commercial, it's like a similar kind of vibe. So I'm thinking, well, that works for Spin Master. So I should give that a try and it'd be funny as well. So it's this very like, because the commercials are very over the top. I don't know if you guys have seen them. Or I don't know if Pokemon cards had the same thing with their commercials. But it feels like cool, and it's like, oh, I want to Beyblades. Hell yeah, I want to play Beyblade. Like it makes it look really over the top and cool. And I'm like, okay, I need some of that energy to lend to this beige colored drone. Rather than just what you don't want to do. And the reason why I wanted to sort of open with the intro for the stream is that there's a lot of mistakes you can make with an intro. One mistake to instantly guarantee that the video is going to not be that good is if you start off with hi. Because it's like you're not there in person. You don't have to say hi. Or, you know, hello, my name's Mr. Cripps, and like that you have now wasted like 3 seconds because no one cares what your name is. No one cares to be greeted. Like when I'm watching a video, I don't want to be greeted. I don't want to be told hi. I don't care. I'm just there to see what's the video's about. So a lot of the things I've done here, you might not notice, but just how I've written it. You notice how I used to do this in my old videos where I used to go like, welcome back to another episode of and in this episode and it's needlessly wordy. So instead you'll notice here, I'm just jumping straight into, this is the new enemy robot for my upcoming indie game. Like I'm no holds barred, no fluff, just straight into it. So just the choice of wording there is very important. And I've already, it'd be, maybe next time I write one, I'll show you sort of how I write it, but I've already written this, so the energy needs to match. So anyway, let's see how this transition shot. I just got to pay attention to it. I think that's a little too over. It changes angle too much. It's got to like flip around like there. And then here it has to change shots again. So you see how that feels more dynamic? And it's just kind of synchronous, and it feels satisfying because everything's sort of on the beat. So I might even try zooming a little on this, maybe. See how that looks. No, I don't like that. I'll keep it out. And we need some other shot to go here. So I've got one of these ones which I might chuck in like this. I don't know if this is a good shot. No, I don't want to use that one in there. I'll use maybe this one. That's actually okay. I like this one. So let's hear what I'm saying.
This is the new enemy robot for my upcoming indie game, Project Feline. These bots hunt.
And then I have to switch to a different shot here and show them in a group. Because I say they hunt in a pack. And it's not going to look good if I just have the one guy. So I do have a shot somewhere of 3 of them like grouped together. So I'll have that play for a bit.
In a pack, searching all corners of the world.
And then there, wow, what was that? Hold on. Okay, that actually lines up great. So right when that sort of, what kind of drum? I don't know what kind of drum that is, but it's that cinematic movie trailer drum. When that hits, it then goes to, they're searching all corners of the world. And then I literally have Gabby in a corner and they're all sort of patrolling. I think it's a good, I like this shot for this.
The world for Gabby, the cat girl fugitive protagonist.
But I might maybe here change it because I don't want to hold. You can't hold the shot too long in the intro because it just gets kind of boring. And there's not much. It's a very still shot, so that's okay for this bit.
For Gabby, the cat girl.
And then maybe I want her running around the drones or something, which I might have. I think I have a shot of that too.
Fugitive protagonist. Stay out of sight and run far away, or else they will.
And then when they say they will find you, I'll have it chasing.
Will find you, and they will.
And then I have one of her getting attacked. Let me just check these shots though. Because I've left these 2 in here for a reason. I don't know if these are suitable. We'll have a look. Okay, that was not that good. Well, wait a minute. What comes after that?
I'm Raymond. I'm responsible for these abominations, and in this devlog will...
Okay, so I just need something to go there. What can go after? This is the bit where I can start to cool it down a bit. But this is like her in combat, so I might move this up and then move this one across, maybe. Just for the moment. And also, yeah, if the song keeps going, I start to... You actually notice that the volume changes too. If I could just get it to pause. So if you listen carefully to the audio, because I have the music on 2 different tracks, and on the second track it's mixed a bit differently so that it goes a bit better with my voice, because the first track is a bit louder, and then I fade it into a more quiet version, and it starts to kind of, the intensity sort of starts to like simmer down, and then I have this sound effect that plays. So this is actually like... I don't know if anyone actually notices that I do this, but I think if I were to take it out, something would feel not quite there. But if I just play it with the sound effects, because we have that loud music. I'll just mute the video because it's gonna freeze. And then like right on the beat, it kind of fizzles out. So I have this reverse cymbal clash sound that I use all the time, that I use to kind of transition between different topics. So I've got, here it is here. It's pretty cool. I like that sound. So that sort of marks the end of the intro and into the meat. That's where that transition happens. And I have that little sound to kind of indicate it. But I need to find...
Searching all corners of...
I need to find an extra... I have another sequence here of clips I can use. Hi, Cosmic. Sorry, I haven't seen chat. I've just been like dissecting my intro here. Raymond 2.0 devlogs. It has improved. Oh, thank you so much. Well, yeah, like the thing is, because I've been doing videos for quite a bit now, and I've picked up on some things. So before I before I get into that though, this here is I call this just temp, and this is basically just where I cut footage up. It's like it's the cutting bench. This is kind of how I see it. So I just put a bunch of random clips in here, and I've just edited the parts I want, and then I go from this and take it into the main sequence here. So I'm looking for a specific clip, which I know I've got in here somewhere, and I've got some B-roll. This is a video. I don't remember the guy's name, but this is someone else's video that I've used to demonstrate something about shading. And because sometimes I'll use like other clips I find on YouTube to demonstrate points. So I've got like a credit in there somewhere. I usually have to edit in a bit of text over the top, like saying this is the video source and stuff. And that comes a bit later on in the video. But in my cutting room floor bit, I don't have any text effects edited in. But in this, I think it's like this part, I've just got a bunch of these clips of the drone moving. I recorded these this morning. But there should be one of the drone in combat. And I've got like time-lapse footage, footage of Gabby, footage of like anime stuff. Because I go into like shading and that kind of thing. But I could have sworn that I had like a clip. I recorded it like the other day of her getting whacked by these drones. I'm just trying to find where that is. But yeah, so the editing of the videos, I'm glad you're complimenting the quality, because they've sort of been, I've been trying to like make each one better, but they like take more time. So I'm trying to balance that out a little now. And keep it a bit more simple. But for that first 30 seconds, I know that I have to really squeeze it. But yeah, because if I were to, I'll open it in a bit. I just need to find the clip I need. But if you want to see, I'll show you like episode 1. We'll look at how simple it is compared to my current ones. But I did a lot of work. I talked about it with my patrons, where I spent like all of January reorganizing this entire project file so I could find stuff easier. And I say that, and I'm trying to find something, and I can't find it. Oh, it might be here. It's one of these clips, actually. It's in this little area. So I've got some clips here of Gabby like running away from the bots. You'll notice that they're actually a lot more polished than you guys have seen them last, because I did a lot of extra work on adding like SFX and stuff to them. So, but if you want to know more about that, you'll have to wait for the video to come out. But I do talk about it here. So they have like sirens and stuff. I just gotta think if I want to use this shot. Is there a better shot I can use? Because he kind of, it's not framed very well. Is in the background. There might be, let me like extend, because this was like a big recording, like a 10-minute recording I did of me just messing around in the game. I think maybe this, you see how the drone comes up to you and it attacks? Oh, but then it goes off frame like immediately. I want it to hold on the attack. Can I get a shot where she like, maybe this. So I'll make a cut there, but I don't like that it's so off to the side. I know that there's another one here. Oh, here we go, right here. You can see they don't like go off the edge of the camera. Like they're chasing her here. So I'll use this. And you see them like whacking, like trying to whack her. That's okay. I know the environment for this shot isn't great, but I think the emphasis here is more on Gabby and the robots. So I'll paste that into the main sequence, and it's gonna like overwrite stuff, so I have to repaste it in with it out of the way.
Hunt in a pack, searching all corners of the world for Gabby.
Okay, that doesn't quite. Actually, wait a minute.
In a pack.
That swish kind of lines up with the music, but I don't think I want to put it here. I'll go a bit later.
Protagonist. Catgirl fugitive protagonist. Stay out of sight and run far away.
Let me hide this clip.
Catgirl fugitive protagonist. Stay out of sight and run far away, or else they will find you.
Yeah, like after that clip, that's where it needs to go. So I'll shrink this down and put it here.
They will whack you. I'm Raymond. Or else they...
So I'll move this a bit up, and I'll move this over, so this lasts a bit longer.
Way. Far away.
And then here's another little thing that I try to keep an eye on. So when I'm editing footage with my voice, like to supplement what I'm saying, what you don't want, you see how the this is my voice on this channel, this that peak there. So that's kind of when I'm in the middle of a word. And what you don't want is that you don't want the clip to change before I start. You see how it's dead air here? And then I start, oh, so like right there, that's where I want it to change. You don't want it to go before because it just feels a bit strange. And I'll show you what I mean. So if you watch the viewfinder here,
or else they will, and run far away, or else they will.
See how it just feels a bit sudden? But if I move that over just a little bit,
find, or else they,
so
and run far away, or else they will.
So it's like lined up with sort of on the peak of the word, or else I say or, and then right when in the middle of that word, then this clip comes up. If you do it too early, it just feels disjointed, I find. And yeah, so it's just something I gotta like make sure I keep track of, because if you have clips change like mid-word or right before a word, it can kind of catch you off guard. Like if you're because what should grab your attention is the silence to me saying stuff, like it's dead air, and then or else they will find you. You don't want like it's like the cue of the visuals is not lining up. It's like if you threw a flashbang in like Counter-Strike and the sound effect played before the flashbang visual effect happened. So you'd hear this wee sound and the screen doesn't go white until like a second after. Like it just feels a bit weird. So I gotta make sure that's lined up. So let's see how this feels.
Away, or else they will find you, and they will whack you. I'm Raymond.
I think I might want to just push it over a little.
Find you, and they will whack you. I'm Raymond.
Oh, that's cool. This is actually almost good, but there's just one problem.
You, and they will whack you.
Here, that grab actually lines with the music. Yeah, listen to this. You hear that? That's cool, but at the beginning of this shot, this cog comes into frame and then disappears because I collect it. And that's a little, like, visually. But also that lines up with the music too. So I guess maybe it's not so bad. Maybe I can get away with that. But I try to avoid shots where something disappears in the frame that isn't really necessary. It's just that I didn't do a good job recording it. I should have like collected all the cogs first before I went running around. But you see how it just obscures Gabby for that one frame. And then it vanishes. It looks kind of bad, but it does line up with the music, so maybe we can get away with it. So I think that's okay. I don't like doing that, but it's not the worst. I think I can tolerate that. And then there's this shot. This has to come in a bit earlier. Gonna move this over. So let's see how, if I put this over the top, let's see how this looks.
Girl fugitive protect.
So maybe I'll start the shot while she's running.
World for Gabby, the cat girl fugitive protagonist. Stay out of sight and run far away, or else they will find you and they will whack you.
That's actually okay. That's okay. That's not terrible. So let's watch it from. There's still a gap here, but we'll see how it looks. I think I just need one more clip. Let's just see how this goes.
This is the new enemy robot for my upcoming indie game, Project Feline. These bots hunt in a.
This shot goes too long. I need to put something else there. I feel there's like a rhythm, and I feel like this has lasted too long. So I'm gonna like bob my head to the rhythm of the intro, and you can see what I mean. So I press play.
This is the new enemy robot for my upcoming indie game, Project Feline.
And the shot just keeps holding.
Searching all corners.
Because that's why music kind of helps, because it gives you like a beat, and it's like every beat there has to be something that changes, and this doesn't. It doesn't change. It just goes. It's like a rest, and it's like, no, we can't have that for the intro. So I'll shorten this to where it should stop.
Project Feline. My upcoming indie game, Project Feline.
Because I I've done this intro a little different to my other few episodes, because here's something else. We'll open up one of my other episodes here, and I'll show you something I'm trying to do that's a bit different this time. So here's where my new workflow comes in real handy. So for those who don't know, back in January, February, I hadn't uploaded anything, of course. I think my last devlog was in November. Part of the reason that there's been such a delay was two reasons. One of the reasons is because one of the episodes I'm working on is extremely complicated, and just writing it tactfully and having it make sense has been a challenge. So I've queued up this episode to work on instead, because it's a bit easier to talk through. But the other reason it was been hard to do is because I had to reorganize this entire thing, because the way this was, I don't have my backup drive plugged in, but I made a backup of what this used to look like before I reorganized it, and it was awful. It was so bad. So I spent all of January, February just completely redoing the entire workflow so that it wouldn't suck. And part of the thing that helps me here is that I have these, each episode in its own project file, which I was doing before, but I've turned this into something called a production, which is like a Premiere Pro thing. And this is used in large productions, or so I'm told. And it's really a cool tool, because it essentially lets me split up things, but keep it all linked. And what it essentially allows me to do, you'll notice that there's these, I've got the folders here for the episodes, but then I've got all this other stuff. And it's like, well, what's footage? What's motion graphics? What's this? This is actually like their own Premiere Pro project files, like separate project files that just contain certain things. So this one is the footage folder. And this is where I record and keep everything. And the thing that's cool about using this in a production, if I link it into a production, is that I can use a clip of something and I can reuse it in other sequences, in other project files. So this episode, you see the projects here. We got episode 38, 39, and then the footage one. I can take clips from, let's see, Screen Australia. I could get one of like the contracts. I think I've got one of those here, and I can drag that and put it into this episode or the previous episode, and it won't make a copy of the file, because in Premiere Pro, it does a weird thing where it has to like re-import the media and keep like there's like a reference to the media, and then there's the media on the disc, and it can get really messy if you don't organize it properly. So I've gone in and redone all of this so that whenever I want to reuse stuff between episodes, it doesn't make a duplicate, and it just keeps the one file and the one reference. So if there's something wrong with this footage, like let's say I don't know, I move it or I rename it, I only have to fix it once, and then I don't have to go to every episode and relink the footage wherever I've used it. I only have to worry about one reference. So that is an insane time saver. And it's amazing. But back to what I was going to say. So let me close the footage bin. So this project file is the previous episode, and this is the intro. You'll notice that the intro here is a little different to what I'm trying to do this time. So this was the intro for the last episode. Oh wait, that doesn't start at the right... Okay.
I'm working on Project Feline, a game about momentum. Players run on walls, grind, slide, and climb through a 3D anime world to achieve time attack mastery. And if you like doing those things, you can wishlist the game on Steam. Last episode,
which by the way, you can still wishlist the game on Steam. No ulterior motive here at all. But I've done this kind of intro for a few episodes now, and I'm actually finding that it's weirdly enough, the videos are doing, like each video I do is breaking like a view record, which is good. But the engagement is lower with this intro. I think there was like maybe this only worked one time, and it was for the Screen Australia video when I had an intro like this. But I've tried using it twice again afterwards, this kind of doing the game's pitch, elevator pitch, and then going into the meat. And I have a suspicion that to half of the people that watch it, it's like, oh, this looks like a cool game. But to the other half, it feels like an ad read. So you can see now I've tried a different approach with episode 39, where I don't do the elevator pitch straight away. I just show you, this is the new robot. pretty cool, right? And then I go and talk about like where you can wishlist the game, because I didn't used to have this as a thing in my videos because I had no Steam page for a long time. But now that I do have one, I have to plug it somewhere. And what I've tried to do in my other episodes is do it straight away, but I don't know, I have the feeling that it kind of comes off wrong to some people, like enough so that the engagement goes from like 80% in the first 30 seconds to like 75 or 60, which is a bit of a drop. So what that does to me is that I look at that statistic and go, all right, well, I've done an okay job, but could I get that to 80%? So that, because the way that it works is with YouTube is that it shows you how many people are still watching by like 30 seconds or whatever. Like it shows you the whole video, what the viewership is. And I've noticed for the last 2 times since I've used this intro, it kind of like goes down a little too much. And it's like, okay, well I need to do a better job then. I can't have 50% of people leave in the first 30 seconds. That's not so good. So I'm trying something else. I'm trying this instead, which I kind of do like this more personally, but I won't really know until I publish the video, of course. So I'm experimenting.
This is the new enemy robot for my upcoming indie game, Project Feline.
So I still mention the game's name because I have to do that, of course. I have to make you aware of what this is all about, and I have to get you interested. If I don't mention the game name, it's like kind of a waste, right? Like, so yeah, it's like part of that thing of like plugging something, but not in like an ad read type way. Because of course I want you to check the game out because I think it's cool, but I don't want to do it in like a please wishlist my game type thing. Like I don't want to make it to sound like I'm begging. I try to very hard to watch my tone when I do stuff like that. So I hope that this comes off a bit more natural, where I don't sound as desperate straight off the bat.
World for Gabby, the cat girl.
I just got to figure out what clip I want to use here.
Line. These bots hunt.
Oh yeah, I need them in a group, which I just closed something. Let me close the previous episode. I just closed the yeah, there we go. I think I might know the perfect clip. Let me go search for it. It should be about here. Near the end, I've used this clip of them going in a circle. And I want to, yeah, here we go. I'll copy this and put it at the beginning. So I do reuse lots of clips, but I don't do it in a way that's obvious. Like I'll use one clip from the end at the beginning, but I won't do them like twice in a row, or something like that. So I just got to make sure that it isn't overriding anything. So if I put this here instead.
Line. These bots hunt in a pack, searching all corners of the...
So that sounds cool. I like that visual. Watching them in like a sort of a cultist circle here. And then
of the world for...
And I think
Gabby, the cat girl fugitive protagonist.
I'm gonna bring this forward, and there's another shot I want to put here.
The world.
There was an where was it?
Nations, and in this devlog,
there was a shot of him just running on the ground. No, not running, walking. There was one of him just walking across the ground, which I think I deleted, but I know I've got it in the cutting board here. I know I've got it in here somewhere. This shot. Or was it that one? Because I've used some of these. Which shot looks cool? I've got this one where the camera's a bit higher, and then I've got this one where the camera's sort of low. And then I've got this other one. I kind of like this one actually. I'm gonna chuck that one in. Yahoo! So let's chuck that in.
All corners of the world for Gabby, the cat girl fugitive.
Yeah, I like that. Where she's just like cowering in the I like that shot. That's cool. All right, let's see how that goes.
Feline. These bots hunt.
Oh wait. Oh, I've used this. No, I've used that shot already. I got to use a different shot. I just realized that I'd used that shot here.
Project Feline. These bots hunt in a pack, searching all corners of the world.
Actually, there might be another shot I can use that it's in this clip somewhere. It's one where Gabby, I remember when I was filming, I got a shot of her peering over like the balcony of something, and you could see the robots like just creep into frame. That might be a funny shot to use. Maybe this one, actually. Where, like, she starts running up to them. I do like this, but maybe not here, though. Because I don't want it to focus on Gabby just yet. So I'll make a cut, and then she starts running away. That's funny. I like that. But I will, there's something else I'm looking for. Yeah, so yeah, part of the most time-consuming part of making a video like this is recording all of this gameplay, because I have to sit here and play the game and record it, and I have to get the exact right thing to happen, what I want, which can be annoying. So I have to, like, do it and make sure the camera doesn't clip into something, or there's no audio glitch, or Gabby doesn't go upside down, or whatever. And the camera moves at the right speed, and that thing doesn't go off frame. Like, I have to, like, do a lot of this meticulous recording of the shots I want, which is annoying. It's so time consuming, but yeah, I gotta have something on the screen. So I'm just looking for a shot in this footage. So this is old Gabby's model, my old friend. I kind of like this. I don't know where I'd use this, but I love this shot of like the guy's light just creeping up behind her. It's pretty funny, but I want a shot. There's the specific one I remember shooting, and she was up on this balcony in the building somewhere. I don't know if I've got it. I know, I'm not crazy. I know it was in here somewhere. I'll take 22. Thanks so much for the $1.99. Looks like I was working in Unity for a bit. Really? Well, it's been a long time since I touched Unity. Oh, wait, was it this shot? No, it wasn't here. I do remember recording. Maybe it was a different clip. I'm just scrubbing through this. See if I can find it. But yeah, thanks so much for the $1. Appreciate it. But I think the fan art should be in the black screen bit. Like at the beginning. Here, no, I wouldn't put fan art here. Well, there's no fan art of the robot, at least to my knowledge. But also that I have a fan art slot in the credits, because the reason I do that is because I want to have it in the video somewhere, but I know that most people that are like watching the video the first time, about half of them aren't subscribed, or maybe more. So I have to assume that if they aren't subscribed, maybe they're just finding this for the first time. And someone who's finding my video for the first time is not going to care about fan art. I care about it, you guys care about it, but the average viewer does not. So I can't clog up the intro with stuff that that's only gonna have appeal to someone who would actually watch to the end. That's why I put it at the end. Because yeah, it's anyone that does watch that far is probably gonna want to see it, but anyone in the first 30 seconds, they don't want to. I don't think they're gonna care. Like if it was me watching it and it was some game I'd never heard of, and I'm watching a devlog about it, I wouldn't care about if it was fan art of it or whatever. Like it's like, oh, cool, fan art of a game I've never heard of. You know, it's just not. It's not. There's no appeal. So you gotta put that strategically at the end of the video. And it's also like a little treat. I kind of like the suspense too, because I think there are people that know that there's fan art in the video, so they watch through and go, I wonder whose artwork it's going to be. And if it's someone who's made fan art, it's like, oh, I wonder if it's going to be mine. So I kind of like that dynamic too. If I give it away in like 7 seconds in, well, that kind of ruins like the little, you know, the suspense, right? Of like whose fan art's going to make it in. So yeah. How do I decide what to record? That's a good question. I make a list. I might actually have that list here somewhere. I was showing this to my patrons on the Discord. So on the Discord, I have a members area, which all of you don't see. Only the members see this area. And every couple days, I'll post what I'm up to. And a lot of it is devlog work for the most part, because that's what I work on off stream. So on stream, usually I'm working on Gabby's rig or whatever. But off stream, I'm doing this stuff. And I'll see if I can find the list. So what I do is, it's a bit complicated to explain that because I've already got the entire thing here. But if you imagine, because I have the voiceover first, right? Which is this green audio channel here. This is the voiceover. So I'll have like the script and I'll read it out and I'll have the voiceover. And then what I do is I listen to the voiceover, like I play it, and every time I feel like there should be something on screen, I'll go like here, for instance. It's like there I need to have something. I'll right click and go add marker. Oh, that didn't add it. Hold on. I'll go add marker. And then I'll add in a note like footage of drone dying or something like that. Because usually when I'm writing it, I'll have an idea in my head of what needs to display. And it's usually pretty easy to pick. Like if I need, if I'm talking about like, let's see, something, I'm trying to think of something I mentioned in the video. Or it's like, yeah, like to rig this character, I have to set up bones, and I'll add a little marker here, and I'll say like, you know, rigging time lapse, because that's like relevant to what I'm about to talk about. So I'll say, all right, go like that, and then I just make a big list. I have all the markers, and once I set all the markers, I then go through each one and add it to like a physical list with checkboxes. And then I have to do the arduous long process of like recording each thing that I say I need to record. So the list I have here, it's quite big. So I've got you know, I need footage from the Appleseed trailer. I need the model sheet, like the live stream where I was doing the model sheet, the live stream where I was texturing the character, the time-lapse footage of the modeling, the drones concept art. Like that's what my list looked like for this episode, and it can get quite big, these, because there's just so much B-roll. So that takes the longest, is to just go and record all that stuff. Some of it I have on hand already, like concept art is easy because I've already made it and I can just import it. But to record new footage, like you know, of being chased, like drones chasing Gabby, like if you know, I have to go and record that. So that's I don't enjoy that bit. It's really boring, but it's got to happen. So I slog through it. But that's basically how. And then once I have all the markers, I have to go and record it, and then I have to import all the footage and cut out the bits, the best bits, and then I slot it in. That's how I do it.
That cat girl fugitive. The world.
So I just got to think. What was I gonna? I was gonna find. I'm looking for a clip of her. Maybe it's even further in this clip. I don't know. Oh, that's the whole clip. I could have sworn I recorded more stuff. Yeah, let me search the footage bin then. Maybe there's something in the footage bin I'm missing. So if I go to my footage project, which takes a while to open because there's a lot of footage, I then have to go to... And because I've reorganized all the folders, it makes it really easy to find stuff because I know exactly what folder it's going to be in. It's going to be in this folder. So that was footage I recorded this morning. This is a different... Is this the same clip? No, this is a different clip. So this is the source monitor now, where I can go in and check stuff. So I think this is the clip I wanted. It's just to have Gabby like standing and avoiding these guys. It might be in here, the clip I want. Because I think the word, it has to line up with me saying, searching all corners of the world. And I want like a shot of them just like searching for her. Oh yeah, look at this. So when I was recording it, because I was using the debug camera, and the drone spotted the debug camera and started chasing the camera. And I had to go, oh no. I'm like, uh-oh. And I had to like move the camera through out of bounds. And I'm like, okay, when is it gonna go away? So that was fun. I get issues like that all the time when I'm filming. I could have sworn it was in this little clip here, though. I could have sworn... Oh, wait, this isn't... No, that's the... Where's the source monitor? There we go. I knew it's in one of these. I know the clip I'm looking for is in one of these. Oh, yeah. Here, right here. So you see how you can see them, like, off frame? I think I want to try that shot. So... I think it's this one. Yeah, so I'll drag that in. This is the cutting board timeline where I just put random clips in. Here. Do I? Okay, and then I jump off. So I don't really wait that long. So I want to try and see how this feels if I put it in. Like that.
Corners of the world for Gab.
That's not the right clip. I just dragged the... that's not the... That isn't the right clip.
Corners of the world for Gabby, the cat girl fugitive.
Did I not copy it? Copy. Okay, that's the right clip.
Corners of the world for Gabby, the cat girl
it's a... It doesn't look as good as I was hoping. Because it's just, they're so out of frame that you don't really notice them.
Corners of the world for Gabby, the cat girl fugitive protagonist.
Maybe there is a bit in here that we can use though. Actually, there is another shot in this clip that would maybe work a bit better. Because the thing I don't like, I thought it would look cool, but it doesn't last very long, and he's so tiny, you don't really notice him even. But there is another shot where you can like see them coming around the corner, I think. That might be a bit cooler. So I have her walking around. And then... Yeah, it's this one. I love recording this one, because what I did, I like moved the camera slowly so that it was like Gabby was standing in this alleyway watching them move like this. I like this one, because it's like, oh, please don't let them see me. Please don't let them see me. Like, it's sort of that vibe. I like that. So I'll move the camera over like here. I'll have it so that other dude is still in the frame. Like here, yeah. We'll have it start here. That's the shot. That's the shot, baby. Let's chuck it in. Let's drag you in.
All corners of the world for Gabby, the cat girl.
And I might do like a dramatic zoom.
Corners of the world for Gabby.
Right there. We'll do a cut. So I'll get the, I think I can just use this with the motion thing here. So this is where we do a bit of animating, okay? So I do animation in the game, but these videos also require a bit of animation too. We're gonna do a very simple one, because I want the camera to kind of jolt in to the drones. And there's a few ways we could do that. I could just make another copy paste of the clip and then just change the zoom, or I could do this. Or if I click on this little toggle, it'll keyframe this property, and I want it to do an instant zoom. So I'll just go the previous frame and do a keyframe. And then here, I just change the zoom to like 150. No, not 15, 150. And yeah, so there we go. I just scale it up, and it's gonna look very weird. So if I then go and change this to hold, it'll get rid of the interpolation, just like we do in Blender. So now the camera should...
For Gabby, the cat...
Yeah, there we go.
Gabby, the cat girl...
That's cool. That's hot, as Will Smith would say. So let's see that in motion. So I'm going to start from the top, and we'll see how this feels.
This is the new enemy robot for my upcoming indie game, Project Feline. These bots hunt in a pack, searching all corners of the world for Gabby, the cat girl fugitive protagonist. Stay out of sight and run far away.
Okay, there's like one little bit.
Stay out of sight. Protagonist. Stay out of...
Actually, well, it lines up with my voice there, so it's okay.
The cat girl fugitive protagonist. Stay out of sight and run.
I have a hunch though. I have a intuition that maybe we should swap these two around and have this one first and then this one. Just want to see how that looks.
Hunt in a pack, searching all corners of the world for Gabby, the cat girl fugitive protagonist.
I kind of like it in this order better, but I have to change the timing a bit.
For Gabby, the cat girl. Corners of the world for in a pack, searching all corners.
And then this has to, this has to come back a bit. This lasts a little too long. This has to then go here.
Searching all corners of the world. Searching all corners of the...
Actually, maybe that was okay, where it was.
Corners of the world for Gabby. The cat girl... For Gabby, the cat girl fugitive...
And then here. I just want to see how this feels. I'll turn off my voice so it's not confusing. I'll just leave the music on. Oh, that looks a bit awkward now. I'll move this there. This shot does feel a bit... I like the visual of that coming first, but the timing doesn't feel right. I think maybe that should then start here, and I'll keep this going longer, I guess. That's okay. Oh, it comes a little too late there. Or not. I don't know. Let's try a bit earlier. That's better. And then we shorten that up. All right, let me just see that. So we got the rhythm. It's just this last a bit short. And so I'll do it like this. I've extended that a bit more, so 2, 3, 4. And then it goes to like the chasing. I don't know. I just hope that this shot is like interesting enough. I might add a little... I don't know if this is necessary. I'm thinking of maybe adding like a soft vignette to it just to kind of make it intense. It doesn't feel... It's lacking a little bit of tension, but maybe it's okay. Maybe it's fine. Let's do it with the voiceover from the top. We'll see how this feels now. I'll full screen it.
This is the new enemy robot for my upcoming indie game, Project Feline. These bots hunt in a pack, searching all corners of the world for Gabby, the catgirl fugitive protagonist. Stay out of sight and run far away, or else they will find you, and they will whack you. I'm Raymond.
What do you guys think of that? What do you think? Thoughts on the phenomenon of people changing their mind on video games? Example, a game being hated at launch and loved later. I don't know. It's I have a lot of thoughts. I don't know how to succinctly do it. I don't really have thoughts on the specific phenomena of that happening, but it's more like I have thoughts of examples of where that's happened. And it's an interesting it's a phenomenon. I don't know how to describe it exactly, but it's cool. I think it's kind of cool when a developer can win that fight, if you know what I mean. Because I think if you're thinking of the game I'm thinking of, because I think No Man's Sky was like a very infamous example of when that happened, where it went from being like hated to loved. I think depending on the game and the situation, it's essentially like a test of like, are these people just in it for money, or do they actually want to make a good game? And it's really cool that there are examples where the devs have won and have gone, no, we actually did want to do a good job. It's just, whatever circumstances we had to release happened, and it shows it's a gesture of good faith. And I think it does rely on the community not being needlessly harsh too. So if it's a fair battlefield, it's an interesting thing to watch happen. It's unfortunate that can happen at all. It's even more unfortunate when it's hated for no reason. I haven't seen a lot of examples of that though. But usually the games that I see that happen to, there's like a reason why it's hated, and I can kind of get behind it. But if the devs turn it around, that's like, they have my respect if they can do that. It's pretty cool. Most COD games have that happen. Oh, well, that's a bit different then with COD. I think, I don't know. I kind of don't pay attention to like what people like when it comes out. It's sort of like going into a cinema and like having an opinion on the movie straight away. Like you watch it once and you're meant to have an opinion on it. I don't really jive with that. Like that's why I don't really play new games that much. And I'll play them on my own time. Like I don't sit around waiting for games to come out and play them day one. And and I don't look at IGN or whatever of like what people are saying of a game. Usually when I come across a game, it's like when there's a point in my life where it's like, I feel like now I need to play this, even if it came out 2 years ago or whatever. And usually I'm just tuned out to like what the opinion is of the game. But oftentimes I think it's kind of better to do that without all that noise. And then you'll find that I think the reason that the opinions change to be more favorable over time is that other people will stop talking about it, like on forums or whatever, and they have time to sort of settle, the heat will settle, and then they'll realize that, oh, maybe this was like not bad. I think it's sort of the same thing, but you can skip straight to that phase by just like not talking or engaging with it at launch, I think. I don't know. That's I can't really say I'd have a perspective that would make sense, because I don't really I don't have like recent first-hand experience with loving and hating a game recently. Like, it's so long ago since I remember something like that happening to something I cared about. So I don't know. Yeah, like I sort of agree there with the best time to play it is after launch. But for me, it's just like I'm so busy that that's like when I'll have time, is like when it's been out for 5 years. So I guess by coincidence, I kind of agree, but it's just because that's just naturally when I will play something. I like never play stuff at launch. Just, I don't know, just because I don't have time. And it's also like, I don't like when games like enforce their own schedule on me. Like, when something comes out, it's like, I will watch you when I want. I don't want to play you or watch you when you come out, unless I happen to be in the mood for that experience right now. But a lot of the time I'm not. Like, a game might come out or a movie might come out or whatever, or a song. Actually, I with music is a better example. There was like a new Owl City album that came out like last year, I think. And usually when, my favorite artists release stuff, I don't listen to it straight away, because it's like, I'm looking at the cover artwork and it's like, well, I'm not really in the mood for that right now. I want to listen to other stuff. And it might be like 2 months later. It's like, all right, well, now I'm in the season for some Owl City music now. And then I'll listen to the new one. But I'm not there at launch usually. It's like, you will get an appointment with me on my time. That's sort of how it is for me. If you want to come out on Tuesday, that's fine. But I'm not gonna make time for you on Tuesday. I'm gonna make time for you in 2 months from now. That's sort of me. Anyway, what do we reckon of the intro, guys? What do we think? Imagine an image of Gabby in a wanted poster. Oh, that would be cool. That would be a cool shot, but that would take all day to make. So and that will only last for like 2 seconds, so it might not be worth doing. Intro's cool. It's all right. Well, all right is not good enough. It has to be amazing. It's just aight. I'll play it again for those that have missed it.
This is the new enemy robot for my upcoming indie game, Project Feline. These bots hunt in a pack, searching all corners of the world for Gabby, the catgirl fugitive protagonist. Stay out of sight and run far away, or else they will find you, and they will whack you. I'm Raymond, I'm responsible.
I have an idea.
Will whack.
I'm curious if I add a zoom right here when he's whacking. If I just do I tighten the shot a bit here. I think it'll just make it feel a bit more, a bit oomfier. You know what I'm saying? So I need to keyframe the scale. And we'll do like a 150 zoom, 150%. Do a constant. We'll do a hold.
I'll whack you.
Oh, it comes in a bit too early there.
Whack you. Whack you.
Ooh.
Will whack you. I'm Raymond. I'm responsible for these abominations.
Let me see that again. Come on, Premiere.
They will whack you.
I want to move the camera over a little to put the drone in the middle of the frame. So I'll make a keyframe there. Go forward a bit. Change this to spatial interpolation. We'll do linear. Temporal will do hold. And then I'll move this so the drone is sort of in the middle. So let's see that.
Will whack you. Will whack you.
Oh, it does look a bit. I need it not that much. It looks a bit. So there is a rule, I think there's like a cinematography rule, where if you have this is mostly for like when you have people in the shot. Like in my stuff, where if I have my face on the screen and if I cut between a shot, I have a rule where my eyes have to be at the same spot, otherwise it looks weird. And this looks a bit strange because it looks like it's teleporting. Like my eyes are looking there, and then there's empty space. So maybe I'll move it over just a little, but not a lot. So maybe 1100, like here.
Whack you.
Maybe a bit less. Maybe 1050, like that.
Whack you.
See now, yeah, because now it stays on the third. That's a bit nicer.
You, and they will whack you. I'm Raymond.
That's cool. I think I like that. That zoom really nice. Thank you. It's the best it can be in this context. It's super neat. Okay, that's better. I like super neat's better than it's all right. Super neat is way better. That's great. That's how they edited Mad Max Fury Road, so it was easy for the audience to follow the action. Well, yeah, it's I don't know what the name of it is, but it's just like a rule in like cinema. I don't know what the name of the rule is, but I've observed it just in YouTube. Like when I see an amateur editor that doesn't really understand that stuff, it's like obvious because they'll have like their face cam, right? They'll have something like this where it's like my face, and they'll do a shot of them talking and they'll have it zoomed. But then when they cut, like let's say they start rambling and they want to cut out the rambling and go to a different take, their like head will be in a different spot. Like let's say I'm leaning here and talking to you about this cool thing in the game, but then I cut to a shot of me like this. It's jarring. But if I zoom it so that my eyes are in the same spot, it's a bit less abrupt, and it doesn't take you out of the video. And it's probably something that none of you have noticed. Maybe you have, but most people don't notice that stuff. But if I was to do a cut like that and like that, you would kind of go, oh, that's a jump cut. But if you don't, if you try to like keep it lined up, it's not as obvious. If you know what I'm saying. It's like an invisible little trick, but it helps.
Raymond, I'm responsible for these abominations, and in this devlog we'll be covering.
So I've kind of done the rest of this part already, which I'm happy with. Let me just give it one more watch.
This is the new enemy robot for my upcoming.
I think this rotates a little too much. Because I start to look at the side of his head, and it looks like the camera is gonna go behind him. So I might move that just a little.
Enemy robot.
That's a bit nicer.
This is the new enemy robot for my upcoming indie game, Project Feline. These bots hunt in a pack, searching all corners of the world for Gabby, the catgirl fugitive protagonist. Stay out of sight and run far away, or else they will find you, and they will whack you. I'm Raymond, I'm responsible for these abominations.
That's okay. I just love they will, and then it has the zoom. The zoom, I didn't think I'd like it that much, but I like it. All right, I think the intro might be okay now. The thing is that I have to really critically analyze it to like really make sure that it's like, you know, it's fully like it's perfect. But I can't really think of anything else that's jumping out at me. I have a temptation to add camera shake, but I don't know. I've never really done that in post before, and I don't think it might look bad. I just don't know where I'd put it, because it's just the camera's very the camera in general is very gentle. Maybe here, because it needs more. This is a very static shot. It needs more dynamics, and I think I might know what to do.
Project Feline. These bots hunt in a pack, searching.
I can do a zoom here as well. That's a bit fancier than the other zooms we've been doing. Here's my idea. So I'm going to keyframe in on this transform component instead, which is slightly different from the motion layer. And I'm going to add 5 keyframes apart. and I'll change the zoom to like 100. Because it's zoomed, this is a zoomed in shot here. And the full shot looks like this.
A pack. So
that's a bit, if I add some easing to it.
In a pack. Searching.
No, it needs to be a bit slower. A little bit slower. I like to work at increments of 10 frames. So I'll then do a bit of easing, and then there's another little trick that I do on the top, which is I turn on motion blur. And that makes it just look cooler.
These bots hunt in a pack, searching.
So you see there with the zoom, when I turn motion blur on the transform, as it's zooming, it adds this radial blur to the lens. And it doesn't look like a digital zoom anymore. Because if I turn the blur off, watch this, it's gonna look awful.
In a pack, searching all.
It just looks like a very, like, oh, the editor has gone and zoomed this out. Like, that's what it looks like, right?
These bots hunt in a pack, searching all corners of the.
But if I had that little motion blur in, it looks like the camera is moving and not me doing it in post.
These bots hunt in a pack, searching all.
But I don't. Maybe I need to swap the keyframes around because this doesn't quite get the same impact I was hoping for.
Pack.
So if I do it zoomed out and then zoom in.
These bots hunt in a pack. So
no, I don't think I like that either. I think no, it doesn't need a sudden zoom, maybe just a long zoom. Like this.
These bots hunt in a pack.
Whoa. Whoa. Let me adjust the keyframes.
These bots hunt in a pack. So
maybe, yeah, so maybe the entire shot I'll just have on a zoom.
These bots hunt in a pack. Search. These bots hunt in a pack. Searching.
Or maybe I'll like delay it a bit.
These bots hunt in a pack. Searching all corners of the world. All corners of. Hunt in a pack. Searching all corners of the.
I don't know. But it's better than not moving it, I think. I need some movement. Let me just watch it in context.
Game, Project Feline. These bots hunt in a pack, searching all corners.
It needs to start zooming straight away. Let me try that again.
In Project Feline. These bots hunt in a pack, searching all corners of
I think I know what I want. It zooms out a little too much, so I'll change the zoom to like 150. So it doesn't zoom all the way out.
These bots hunt in a pack, searching all corners of the world for.
That's a bit nicer because it keeps the shot tight on the robots now, but it doesn't look as stiff because then the camera's not moving. It just looks lame, a little bit lame. So I'm just gonna let me just adjust the keyframe timing because it's a bit I like to do ease in. I like the ease in preset.
These bots hunt in a pack, searching all corners of the world for Gabby.
I like that.
The cat girl. Gabby, the cat.
And then even here, because we can use, here's a little funny joke we might do. Because what I can do, because Gabby's standing in this shot, I could extend the shot a bit longer and then have it jump out of Gabby watching them. That might be funny, actually. Let's try that. So I'll tighten the shot even more for this part. So it's like 250, and then it kind of...
Searching all corners of the world for
and then the minute I say "g" on the Gabby, the minute I hit that syllable, it then does a zoom out to Gabby completely. I think that'd be funny. Like this. Oh, I've got those swapped around. Oopsie. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 keyframes.
Gabby, the cat.
Okay, the curves are all whacking out now. But if I just do an ease in, so if I do it on linear, it looks bad with the keyframes on linear. So I'll do it on ease out on all of these.
These bots hunt in a pack, searching all corners of the world for Gabby.
I need to keep it zoomed in more. So I'll do 210.
These bots hunt in a pack, searching all corners of the world for Gabby, the cat.
Yeah. So it's like it's got like a shot on the robots, and then it starts to zoom out, and then I say Gabby's name, and the shot just pops out and it reveals Gabby just standing, watching over them. but I will tighten it a little bit, tighten the frame a little like this. Yeah. So let's watch
These
that.
bots hunt in a pack, searching all corners of the world for Gabby, the Catgirl fugitive
Okay, that's really quick now.
fugitive protagonist.
Oh, that doesn't go well with the other stuff I put here. So let's adjust that a bit.
The Catgirl fugitive protagonist. Stay out of sight and run.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, here's an idea. I might lose this shot of her standing in the corner. We might lose that one. Oh, but I do like it. But we'll replace it with just the other shot. So let's.
Feline. These bots hunt in a pack, searching all corners of the world for Gabby, the Catgirl fugitive protagonist.
Yeah. So
Catgirl fugitive.
Here, I'm gonna keep the shot longer.
The Catgirl fugitive protagonist. All corners of the world for Gabby, the Catgirl fugitive.
Right here.
Fugitive.
I gotta. Here we go.
Gabby, the Catgirl fugitive protagonist. Stay out of.
So if I do it without my voice, this is sort of how it is with the music. So it's like that. That's cool. I think I like that a bit more because it's kind of funnier, I think, to reveal her in the frame. A quick Google search. It's apparently called an eye trace. Yeah, that sounds like it. With the, I think Cripps also spoke about the rule of thirds. Yeah, I think you can kind of use that and that rule together. So what I try to do, like for my face cam right now, I've tried to line up so that my eyes here are lined up with the top third of the frame. So yes, I put in thought to maybe too many things. But yeah, in a lot of the videos where I'm talking like this, it's actually, if you draw a rule of thirds grid over my face, you'll see that my eyes try to stay in the upper third most of the time. And then I'll try to see if I'll try to have my body either on one side or the other. I don't like having myself in the middle, but for a live stream, I kind of have to be in the middle. But whenever I'm recording and I need my face on something, I'll usually lean one way so that I'm on the third, because it just looks a little uncomfortable. Like if I'm sitting here, right, and I'm just staring at you. Hold on, let me get in the middle. Okay, so the middle's like about here. So if I'm just here staring at you talking about my cool indie game Project Feline wishlist on Steam, you're gonna feel a little uncomfortable probably because I'm right in the middle of your screen. But if I'm leaning back here and I'm saying, hey, look, so there's this game on Steam right now, you should check it out. Project Feline. It's pretty epic. And you notice how I'm in like the third of the frame, and you feel a bit less stressed out because I'm not in your face. Yeah, that's just something that I try to do whenever I have my face cam on the videos. But I didn't record face cam for this episode. I think I don't think I want to keep doing it because recording face cam takes more time and it doesn't really add anything to the substance of the video, I don't think. So, because then, you know, when I have to record something with a face cam on, not only do I have to read the script, but I have to look like I'm not reading the script, which is a bit more effort. And then I have to make sure that in between each take, I'm not changing too much. I have to record it at night so that the light isn't changing throughout the shot. And I have to I have to wear like my Project Feline shirt, and I have to record quick enough so I don't start sweating and you see visible sweat stains under my arms. So that it creates a lot of complications doing face cam. So I didn't do that for this one because it's quicker for me to just open Audition and start saying stuff. It's just way quicker. So I haven't done any face cam in this one, but I might do a short face cam segment for the end because there's one thing I do want to add, which isn't really part of the main video, but I want to include some kind of message for the subscribers in like the end of the video somewhere, just to kind of catch people up to speed on like where the game is at the moment, because all this work was from a while ago. So I want to kind of do a quick little catch up of like, we've actually, this is sort of other stuff that's been happening, but I just need more time to make videos. So I thought it'd be good to kind of have a face cam bit of that for the end. But I don't think I can record that today because I think while I'm streaming, I can't record my camera at the same time. So I'll do that off stream. But Yeah, that's something I do want to get around to, but that can come after I've done all of this stuff. So let me just give this another watch through real quick. Why is it, what's happening? Why is it showing me this frame? If you look left and put yourself in the left third, it tends to build a feeling of anxiety. Is it the left one? I thought the left one, because people read right to left. Or maybe it's the other way, I don't know. I don't know. For me, I just think it looks weirder when I'm in the middle. Just from, and I noticed that when I watch, if you go to some random video of like a guy explaining something, if it's someone that knows what they're doing, they're always on the left or the right, I've noticed. Just joined a YouTube voice jump scare. Yeah. Well, Gus, have you wishlisted the game? That's the big question. All right, so this, I'm just going to give this another watch and see if I like all the zooms, and then we'll move on to the next part that I have to do. Okay, I think that's cool. I think we can leave that. There's only one thing though, because as I mentioned with the other video, with the other intros, I make a point of putting the logo like as the first thing you see, but that doesn't really work with this script. So in the other episode I showed, I was like, Project Feline's a game about wall running, and I put the logo on so that you see it straight away. But I can't really do that here. It would look bad if because the drone needs to be what's in the...
This is the new enemy robot for my upcoming...
Like if I put the logo over it here, it's going to look bad. So I have to think of where I can put the logo in, because it's just a consistent... It's like a consistent element of the series where the logo has to be like in the intro somewhere. Kind of like how a show has an intro in a sense.
Indie game.
So I'm just trying to think if there's a spot here I can put it in without it interfering with the video.
Girl fugitive protect.
Oh, actually there is. Coming after this part.
Now, I know what you're thinking.
Yeah, so I have a little bit here where I'm trying to do the wishlist plug. But I think I might cut it down a bit, actually, because I think it goes a little too long. But I'll show you this part. This is like the end of the intro. We have like the intro, the plug, and then the actual meat. So I've got this little bit here where I mentioned the page. And I might shorten it, so I'll play it for you guys now, so you know what it looks like currently.
Anime style character. Now, I know what you're thinking. What is Project Feline, and how much does it weigh? It's my upcoming high-speed parkour platformer, where players wall run, grind, slide, and climb to build momentum and traverse complex 3D stages as fast as possible. If you could see this game becoming your next addiction, add it to your Steam wishlist.
He's right, though. You should do it. But, one thing I'm thinking to do, because I like to be comprehensive, but I don't know if that really works. Because I think what I could do here is I could cut the second sentence out of that pitch. Because the reason I put it here then is because the video starts off with, this is the drone for my upcoming indie game. We're going to talk about how he made it. That's like the point of this 25 seconds, is for me to establish, this is the show, this is what we're doing. But what I say, it's for my indie game Project Feline, and if someone is watching and they have no idea what that is, I have to make them know what it is. I must tell them. So that's why after it's like, I've said the word Project Feline, but to someone who doesn't know what that is, it's like, what the hell is that? So I've tried to go, I don't know if I'll keep in that bit where I say, what is, do the Vsauce, and what is this game? And how much does it weigh? I don't know if I'll keep that. But I don't want to keep the second sentence after. Like, so I say...
Grind, slide...
It's my upcoming indie 3D something platformer. Let me just find that bit.
Core platformer, where players wall run, grind, slide, and climb to build momentum and traverse complex 3D stages as fast as possible.
Yeah, I think I want to cut that sentence out.
Platformer, where players...
So let me... because it's a run-on sentence. If I cut that out, what's left?
It's my upcoming high-speed parkour platformer.
And then after that,
if you could see this game becoming your next addiction, add it to your Steam wishlist.
So maybe that will work. So instead of it's my parkour platformer, and then I do like the line for line read of the Steam page where I go, it's my high-speed parkour platformer. What did I say after that? It was like players 1 on rules, and I explained the mechanics. If I take that out and just show gameplay instead and go, it's my high-speed parkour platformer, if you see this like becoming an next addiction, add it to your wish list. That, I think that still does the same job as the having that extra sentence in, but not needing that sentence. Because part of the skill with making an engaging video is saying the most you can with less. That's why these take a bit to write, because the first draft of these is like 5 pages, and my goal is to like condense it to 3 pages, because there's a lot of stuff you can cut out that is like fluff. So when I'm listening to this pitch, it's like, well, do I need to like verbally describe the game mechanics, or is what is the word I use?
High-speed parkour platformer.
High-speed parkour platformer. That's probably good enough. I don't think I need to say you wall run, grind, whatever, because I can just show you that on the video. So I will go find B-roll to put there. I'll just copy from my last episode, actually, because I like using the same footage. So if I go to episode 38, I will copy footage from that. Hello, Leo. You were finally able to catch a live. That's fantastic. We've got a bit of an unusual live today. We're doing editing, not game dev for once. So, yeah. Nocturnal says, focuses the viewer's attention behind you, something spooky. Oh, I see. Well, it's probably because, yeah, I don't have a great background. That's probably why. So if I lean over, maybe it does look a bit creepy with my setup. If I had something cool like a neon lights and my YouTube award, maybe that would be better, but I physically cannot fit stuff. Like, it's literally all just floor. I can't put anything there. So that's my curse. I'm like the cursed. I have the curse of being a YouTuber and not getting to have a cool background. It's a big sin. How can I be a YouTuber and not have my YouTube award in the background? I know, it's crazy. So this is from the last episode, and I just want to use the B-roll from this and just copy it. So if I copy all that, paste it here. Bada bing, bada boom. So watch this. So we'll go from when I talk about the contents.
What is Project Feline, and how much does it weigh? It's my upcoming high-speed parkour platformer. If you could see this game become...
that does feel a little abrupt now. Maybe I should reword that, where instead of saying... No, I can't think of a better thing to say though. But I don't want like a run-on sentence there, because I don't want it to overstay its welcome. Because I really want it just to make you aware of what it is, show you the wish list thing, and then just get straight on with the concept art stuff that I do next. It feels like I've cut out something there, because I literally have cut out something, but it feels too obvious. So let me give that a rewatch. So we'll go a bit further back. We'll go here.
3D anime style character. Now, I know what you're thinking. What is Project Feline, and how much does it weigh?
I might cut that out. I don't think I'm liking that as much.
Does it?
What is Project Feline? I think I'll just cut it there. And then I'll move this over.
It's my upcoming high-speed parkour platform. If you could see... Where...
I think because it needs a little something, not as long as the sentence that was there, but it needs a little something, and then the add it to your wish list. But it can't go, because I think what I go, it's a
platformer.
It goes, it's my high-speed platformer.
If you could see this game...
I should say it needs something in between there, but what I had there, I think, before was too long. It needs to be like it's my high-speed parkour platformer. Well, I'll take the words that I already had written there, and I'll shrink them down. So let me just open. I gotta open Word real quick and find. Give me a second, because I have that written down. I think I need to see the words. So let me notepad. So let's open this here. Because this feels a little long, but cutting out that second sentence feels too short and it doesn't feel natural. So here's the words. It's my upcoming high-speed parkour platformer. I like the wall run, grind, slide, and climb through complex 3D stages. Maybe I'll just cut it there. Let's see how that feels. It's my upcoming high-speed parkour platformer where players wall run. I think I'll cut the where players, and then I'll just go wall run, grind, slide, and climb through complex 3D stages. That's a lot shorter, and that feels a bit better. Let's do a read. Let's see if I can read that out. It's my upcoming high-speed parkour platformer, wall run, grind, slide, and climb through complex 3D stages. Now that doesn't feel right when I say that out loud. I think that it needs the as fast as possible. Maybe that still needs to be there, because that's like a core part of it. Let's read that again. It's my upcoming high-speed parkour platformer, wall run, grind, slide, and climb through complex 3D stages as fast as possible. I like the flow of that, where I go 3D stages as fast as possible. I like that rhythm. And then I go, add it to your Steam wishlist right now. That's like the last part of it. So it's three sentences. There's like a rule of threes. That's like a very common thing that applies to a lot of things, and I feel like it kind of applies here. I think 2 sentences was too few. 3 sentences where 1 is a run-on sentence is too much, but 3 concise sentences feels better. This is a bit of how my writing process is, but this is just for this one sentence. But I have to kind of do this to the entire script when I have everything. But I've already done all that stuff, so we don't have to worry about it. But this sentence here, so this feels... Let me read it out again and see if I still like the way it sounds. What do I queue up with? I need my queue.
Speed parkour platform.
What is Project Feline?
What is Project Feline?
And then I go, it's my upcoming high-speed parkour platformer. Wall run, grind, slide, and climb through complex 3D stages as fast as possible. Because that is something that you don't quite get in the footage. You get a bit of it, but it's like, it contextualizes it into the purpose. Because if I just say wall run through environments, it's like, well, why? Why wall run through environments? But the point here is you got to do it as fast as you can. That's the challenge. That's what makes it fun. If I leave this out, it's like, oh, well, what's the fun factor? Why do I care about wall running through stuff? Well, it's to do it as fast as possible, because that's fun. So I need to keep that in there. I think I like that now. It sounds, because before it was a little too wordy. So,
it's my upcoming high-speed parkour platformer. If you could see this game becoming your next addiction, add it to your Steam wishlist.
Because I have enough B-roll to fill in a bit more time.
I've had enemies,
so I'll, and
I couldn't forgive myself.
Oh, wait, have I screwed something up here? Yeah, I've moved this over too much. Because this is the next segment, and this is audio from the next segment.
Enemies in the game,
so
for
I have to...
But they looked like...
I have to, like, time it right here so that the rest of the audio doesn't screw up.
I've had enemies in the game for a while, but they and I couldn't forgive my characters made from Unreal Engine.
I hope I didn't mess the timing up there. Let me undo a bit and see where that was meant to go. Okay, it was meant to go there. All right. So let me go, so I just need to push that back so that I gotta cut out the end of this and move it.
See this game becoming your next addiction.
Oh, it's okay. This is actually fine. It's just this area. So this gap.
If you can see.
All right, so that's the room I've got to work with there. We'll make a save, and we'll open up a different program, Audition, which is where I'd record stuff. So now we're gonna do some recording, because I do have to do a few extra lines too. So maybe we'll knock that all over now, because I have another notepad document of the rigging segment, which I totally forgot to do. So we might just like go and record all that now, I guess, get it over with, and then we'll edit in this sentence then into the intro. What about an acrylic standee? Oh, yeah, maybe. I don't know how you'd make an acrylic standee though. I don't know how those get made, but I'll think of something to put. It'd be pretty cool. But if I do make an acrylic standee, because I'll have to make that a thing because then everyone's gonna want one. So I'll have to figure out a way to mass produce them for all of you. Because I mean, be honest with me, if I had a Gabby standee in the background, you would want it. Don't lie to me. I know you'd want it. So I'd have to find out a way to make those, and ship them all over to Los Angeles, where all of you are right now. Don't lie to me. I look at my analytics. I know you're all in Los Angeles. I know exactly. I know your exact IP address. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah. But I'll make mental note of that. So we'll do this read first. I just need to find, because one thing I can do, because I keep all of my voiceover in this folder, but because these lines are only going to be used like once, except maybe this one. But I feel like if I reuse these, it's gonna. I shouldn't. I feel like maybe I shouldn't do that, because I could make this its own file if I really wanted. I think I might make this one its own file and then add this one appended to the other voiceover, because I guess maybe we could reuse, so I don't have to do the read each time. We could just reuse this segment. So I'll make a new, and if I want to change my mind later about it, I can just append it to the other file, because I already have an audio file with the rest of the voiceover. So for the rigging segment, I'm going to open the other voiceover file and just record to the end of it, because I've already got the file in there. But for this one, I think I'll do on its own one. And the file name, I'm going to use my new naming convention now, which is just the date and time. 2024/04/10, and what's the time? 14:48. So that's like the time code. And I do high sample rate. This is like a high quality, DVD quality sample rate. Stereo, 32-bit. I actually don't know what all of those do, but I know if it's high, then it's a good quality, and it's like doesn't hurt to have good quality. So we'll record this bit. Let me just drink some water. Does Gabby have a nemesis? She may, but we're not gonna, that's law questions. I'm not gonna get into law today, but if you want to know whether Gabby has a nemesis, maybe you should ask Gabby. Maybe she can tell you. Queensland? No, don't lie to me, Nocturnal. I know you're not in Queensland. You're in Los Angeles. Everyone's in Los Angeles. The entire world revolves around Los Angeles. So, yeah, Queensland, Australia. Yeah, where do you think that is? Where do you think that is, man? That's a city in Los Angeles, of course. See, you guys are trying to troll me here. I know that it's all just Los Angeles. You can't trick me. So, let's start recording. So don't make me laugh while I record, okay? I don't need you frightening me or messing up my line. So I need to focus. All right. So I gotta get my enthusiasm. Okay, let's go. So what is... Let's make sure my mic's a good distance away. What is Project Feline? It's my upcoming high-speed parkour platformer. Wall run, grind, slide, and climb through complex 3D stages as fast as possible. Let's have a listen to that. Oh, it looks like I got a bit of peeking there. So what is... Make sure... Okay, no, I can cut that one. What is Project Feline? It's my upcoming high-speed parkour platformer. Wall run, grind. It sounds... I could do that better, I think. What is Project Feline? It's my upcoming high-speed parkour platformer. Wall run, grind, slide, and climb through complex 3D stages as fast as possible. Usually when I do it the first time, it's like okay, but if I do it again, it sounds more enthusiastic. So we're gonna try it one more time. So what is Project Feline? It's my upcoming high-speed parkour platformer. Wall run. Whoa, that peaked. Oh my goodness, look at the size of that peak. I just heard myself peak this. See, I was a little too excited there. Look at that peak. So we can't have that. If it peaks, we've lost. It's game over. So let's try that again. I was a little too much enthusiasm. Let's try it again. Oh, why is it recording over the... Okay, there we go. So what is Project Feline? It's my upcoming high-speed parkour platformer. Wall run, grind, slide, and climb through complex 3D stages as fast as possible. Oh, there is a bit of peaking there. I peaked it once. See, that's the thing, because I'm a very loud talker, so I have to be careful. Slide and climb through complex 3D stages as... Yeah, let's try that again. As possible. I gotta lean a bit further back, I think. Let's try it again. So what is Project Feline? It's my upcoming high-speed parkour platformer. Wall run, grind, slide, and climb through complex 3D stages as fast as possible. Oh, that felt good. That felt good. So what is Project Feline? It's my upcoming high-speed parkour platformer. Wall run, grind, slide, and climb through complex 3D stages as fast as possible. That's the one. So let's cut that out, the first take. So what... I probably don't need... I'll leave this bit in, just in case I want to use it. Wall run, grind, slide, and climb through complex 3D stages as fast as possible. And I'll add, in case I want to use this thing later, I'll add a little appendix of like... And you can add it to your Steam wishlist, so I'll do that. And you can add it to your Steam wishlist. Wow, that was loud. Hold on. Yeah, let me lean back. And you can add it to your Steam wishlist. Oh, I peaked it. Let's try again. And you can add it to your Steam wishlist. Okay, that's better. Let's have a listen to that. Complex 3D stages as fast as possible. And you can add it to your Steam wishlist. Beautiful. That's great. It's a little, I'll keep a bit of air in between. Fast as possible. And... Because a little trick I do as well is that if something doesn't feel paced right, I'll like cut out bits of dead air to like get the rhythm better. But I try not to go too overboard with that now because I used to do it a lot more and it's just so time consuming, so I don't bother with that anymore for the most part. So let's save that. I will not include metadata. I don't really need metadata. That's the right folder, right file name. Yes, I will save. And then... Well, let's just put that in now, because that's an easy one. So this is the episode 39. Let me close episode 38, so I don't get this confused. And I need to go to my audio project, which is its own... I keep all my audio in this project file. Open VoiceOver. And then I got to go to that new file I just recorded, which should be right here. So what is Project? Yeah, that's it. And then I just drag it into VoiceOver in Premiere, and then I drag it out into the timeline. And I'm going to cut that last bit out there because I already have something for it. And I'm going to cut the beginning out because I've already got the bit recorded there. And... Oh, it needs to go here, that's right. High-speed parkour platformer. It's my upcoming high... Oh, I repeat myself there. So let's cut out that first version and do this. So let's have a listen now to how this sounds. Anime style character. Now, I know what you're thinking. What is Project Feline? It's my upcoming high-speed parkour platformer. Wall run, grind, slide, and climb through complex 3D stages as fast as possible. Nice. But there's one little... Or platformer. Wall... I gotta cut out, there's a bit of air here where you can hear me breathing, and it's distracting, it's so distracting. So let me cut that out. So it's here, you can see the waveform. Usually I have a filter on my vocals that is meant to cut out like ambient noise, but if I breathe too heavily, which I needed to do to get that enthusiasm, you can hear me breathing. It doesn't sound as loud in Audition, but you can hear me inhaling, which it's distracting. So I'm gonna cut that out. It's my That's bit, and then it leaves less dead air too. And okay, that's better. So if we save that, it should just automatically update it in Premiere. Yeah, there we go. The waveform just re-imported. So let's have a listen now.
It's my upcoming high-speed parkour platformer.
Oh, no, I must have cut out the wrong... Oh, okay, there was another part where I had breathing. It's here. I got the wrong bit. Yeah, you hear that? You can hear me breathing. So because I need that space, I'm just going to go to effects and go silence and just mute that area. And I'll cut a bit of it off because it does go a little long.
Parkour platformer. Wall run.
There we go, that's better. It's a bit, if you leave too much of a gap, it's like, sounds bad. So if we, yeah, now it should sound a bit better.
It's my upcoming high-speed parkour platformer. Wall run, grind.
I'll cut off a little bit more. Still feels like a bit too much delay.
Platformer. Wall run. Wall run. Or platformer. Wall run.
Okay, I like that. That's great. Oh, save.
High-speed parkour platformer. Wall run. Grind.
There, yeah, that's much better now. And then I have a little too much B-roll. So I'll just move this out of the way and I'll try to bring all of this back over if it lets me. Oh, it's being blocked.
Alright, slide and climb through complex 3D stages as fast as possible. If you could see this game becoming your next addiction, add it to your Steam wishlist.
Okay, so I have to somehow move. Oh, because Premiere. So there's this tool. What is it called? The Ripple Edit tool. This is a great tool. It essentially allows me to like bring the entire rest of the timeline over, but it can't have stuff interfere with it. So this clip is interfering with because it's overlapping on some layers. So if I move that out of the way, like here, maybe I can then use the ripple edit to just drag the entire thing. There we go. So then I can drag, yeah, you see how it drags then the rest of the 10 minutes of stuff over instead of me having to go to select the entire thing and move it. Ripple edit tool is great for that sort of thing.
If you could see this,
but there's a bit too much dead air here, so I'm going to cut a bit more. But now it's being blocked because if you have other layers interfering with it, it doesn't like it. So I'm going to cut a bit of this down.
If you could see this,
so right when I start talking, it's going to come back and then we're going to move this over because you don't want too much dead air.
As possible. If you could see this game becoming your next addiction, add it to your Steam wishlist. I've had enemies.
Okay, that's great. That's good. So now I gotta, because I have a bit of background music here that I've just had to move, so I gotta blend that back in. And this B-roll has to shorten. So I'll just turn that clip off to see where it ends.
Wall run, grind, slide and climb through complex 3D stages as fast as possible. If you could see this game becoming your next addiction, add it to your Steam wish.
Because then it cuts to this. So what clips do I use here?
If you could see this.
What's this third clip? What was here? Oh, this has grinding in it, so I might keep this clip because I want footage of the grind rails. It's quite old footage actually, but
fast as possible. If you could complex 3D stages as
and I might cut it up to line up with my voice a bit better.
Wall run, or platformer.
Oh, and this actually needs to come in earlier.
Project Feline. It's my
so let me move that back.
What is Project Feline? It's my up.
And also, this comes in a little too early. See, this is when you don't have enough space between sentences. It sounds Mr. Beast editing, which I don't exactly want. So I'll leave a bit more air.
Feline. It's my up.
So it sounds more like natural cadence. And then, so it sounds like I haven't made a cut. That's the idea. And then I'm going to move all of this footage over.
Project Feline. It's my upcoming.
And then the minute I say,
it's my line. It's my upcoming high speed. It's my.
When I say my upcoming, I'm going to switch it to this.
It's my upcoming high speed parkour platformer. Wall run, grind, slide.
And I need a.
I'm through complex. It's my upcoming high speed parkour platformer. Wall.
I think I might want to swap these two, actually. So I'll put this clip first.
It's my upcoming high-speed parkour platformer.
What's this clip?
Wall run. Grind.
And then we'll put the grind rail clip.
Right. Wall run. Grind. Slide and
then we'll have the clip of me sliding. Actually, having it in this order is like more descriptive of what I'm actually saying. So I might use that. So this is, let me just put the audio here.
It's my upcoming high-speed parkour platformer. Wall run, grind, slide, and climb through complex 3D stages as fast as possible. If you could see this game becoming your next addiction,
and then we'll do a transition to the wishlist page.
In your next addiction, add it.
But it's a bit abrupt. Because this shot is not meant to go that long. So let me move it over a bit.
Next addiction.
Because I like yank the camera and it's distracting when I see like I'm watching the gameplay and then the camera just suddenly yanks and then it changes to the Steam page. It looks a bit strange.
Addiction. Add it.
So let's try this.
Climb through complex 3D stages as fast as possible. If you could see this game becoming your next addiction.
So I think here it should end before she goes out of that pose, and then I'll extend this shot outwards a bit more. And I'll bring this, because I have an animated zoom here, so I'll put that over here.
Climb through complex 3D stages as fast as possible. If you could see this game becoming your next addiction, add it to your addiction.
And I might just a bit, it just needs to be tapered a little bit. There we go.
Addiction, add it to your becoming your next addiction.
That's a bit better. That flows a bit better. Oh, let's move that over. Okay. Oh, not that much. Come on. Okay, I'm happy with that. And then after I say this,
he's in the game for a while, but they looked
like this. Then I start talking about the actual content. So if you want to see the rest of this video before everyone else, subscribe to the early access Patreon tier and you'll see it first. But I'm not gonna leak all that now. I'm gonna make you guys wait for it. But this intro, it's all in the intro, man. It's the that's, you gotta get it right there. So I think the intro is like finished. Let's have a watch through of the whole thing. I hope the game doesn't have a water level. Don't worry, it won't. Because then I'd have to program water physics. And you think I want to do that? No. So we're not going to have a water level. It's not going to happen. No one likes water levels. And I don't want to program water levels, frankly. So yeah, it's not happening. Don't worry. Let me just save the footage bin and the project file. New trailer? Oh, no. This is just like for the intro for the video. But this, I've actually even made more, because this is Gabby's old model, right? So once I finish her new model, I'm going to have to do all new footage and like actually make a good trailer that isn't just, you know, that isn't bad. So there will be a good proper trailer at some point, but this ain't it, Chief. I could do way better than this.
Wall run, grind.
Because these are just like little bits of B-roll that I collect. But like this, like I wouldn't use these levels, like this level here, because half the stuff that's on the Steam page now has been like cut from the game. So I do need to go and replace every screenshot, everything with just like stuff that's actually more representative of what's going to actually be in. Because this level sucks, so we've cut it. And then like the big Screen Australia level we made also has been cut. And there might even like this lab level has like undergone some modification since this was recorded. And Gabby is we're gonna have the, you know, I'm gonna do all that once the model's finished, because the new model is gonna, well, you have to have that in the trailer. You can't use this jank old model. Can't have it. So that'll come later. I have to finish Gabby first before I go and do new trailers. Why program water physics when you could animate them instead? Oh, well, equally, you could also just not do water at all, and you could avoid animating as well. by just not having a water level. So that's the option I prefer. And yeah, oxygen, yeah. Well, also, I don't think Gabby can swim. Because cats hate water. So I don't even think Gabby would... She would just instantly, like, you jump in the water and she would just kind of, like, come flinging outwards because she just hates water. So I don't think we would even go there gameplay-wise. Gabby wouldn't like it. And if I annoy her too much... You guys got to remember, you know, she's a hard worker and she's had to go through a lot doing this game. If I start adding water levels, you think she's going to want to be in the game anymore? No, she's going to quit. I'm going to have to find a new protagonist. So I can't do that. I don't want to lose such a valuable member of the team to water levels. So we're not going to go there. And here I thought the stream was cancelled. Well, no, Mongo, we are indeed here. Let me just actually check if the stream health is good, because I was having weird problems with OBS today, so I started a little late. So hopefully, let me just check the health of everything. Let me just open YouTube. Okay, it is broadcasting. That's sweet. Let me just check Twitch too. Just do a quick health check. Okay, it looks like it's still going, because I was having weird internet problems last week as well. But yeah. Anyway, what else do I have to do? I have to record another segment too. Something else I got to record. How about a level with Rain? Maybe, I don't know. Well, maybe. Rain is kind of cool. Rain would be easy, but I think Gabby wouldn't like the feeling of Rain either, if I had to guess. So I'm going to minimize this because I still have to, I got to do a bit more recording as well, because there's a whole segment of this video that I haven't recorded that I've totally forgot to do. So I just wrote up the script before I went live of the rigging process for this robot. I should start recording that. So let me save this. We're going to close this file and we're going to open the other voiceover. So this file, this is the voiceover for the rest of the episode. And I'm just going to append the rest of this recording to this recording, because this is only gonna, I don't want to make like 10 voiceover files just for one episode, because it's just a bit of a pain to manage. So I'm just going to record at the end of this and then take the end clip and put it in the right spot in Premiere. So this is the
programming. It also clearly telegraphs.
So this is all me talking through the rest of the episode. So we're going to start at the end of the timeline here. And I think I should be able to just keep recording on top of it, hopefully. Testing 1, 2. Oh no, it starts overriding the beginning. Oh, because I have looping on. All right, let's turn that off. So I'll turn off looping, and I should be able to just keep saying stuff, and it should just make more audio in the recording, like right now. So I'll add a marker here to know that this is the end of the sequence. Where's add marker? Add cue marker. So then I will record, because I got to talk about rigging for this robot, because I have not done it. So I actually have appended another sentence, because I start talking about animation, I think, and I say, I'm trying to remember what I say. I think there's a line. Let me skip ahead. I think I know exactly where it is. It's right. It's where I've left this big gap. I say, modeling it is one thing, but getting it to look anime in motion is another thing. Is another thing altogether. And then I wanted to append to the end of that sentence here with, and requires use of specific techniques to get right. I'll just say techniques. I don't need to use the word animation techniques. I'll cut that out. Then to animate the robot, and then I go and explain weight painting. So, well, I could read this all to you now, but I might as well just record me saying it. So let's do a take of that.
This is the new... I'm going to get back to it.
So that's the end, and then I'll just start recording. What's the KFC box thing he said he was going to give Gabby? Shh, don't talk about that. I forgot to do it, okay? I didn't feed Gabby, and now she's angry. That's why the robots are all chasing her, because here's what happened. Because I was doing some modification to these robots, right, for this video. I've added sirens and stuff and effects to them. And yeah, now I've got all this extra footage of Gabby being chased by these guys. And these drones, they really don't like Gabby. And so I asked Gabby, and I said, Gabby, why are these drones coming for you? And then she opened up. She told me what she did. Because I forgot to feed her, so this is partly my fault. Because I forgot to feed her, she went to KFC without me, against my wishes, which is not very responsible. She went without me and stole a Zinger box from the pantry. And now the police robots are coming after her. So that's why these robots exist. And I told her, I said, Gabby, that was very stupid of you to do. But she didn't care. She was just hungry. And I kind of can't blame her. But I also am a bit disappointed that she would resort to thievery to get her way. So, yeah, next time I'll buy her Zinger box correctly and not get her arrested. So I'll keep that in mind. But yeah, YouTuber voice time. Yeah, let's go. Do you guys actually hear? I can't tell. Do you guys hear a difference when I record versus when I talk? I don't know. I can't notice it personally. But maybe I do sound a bit different. I don't know. You guys can let me know. I'm going to start recording now. All right. Check 1, 2. So I say... to get the character in motion is another thing altogether, and requires use of specific techniques to get right. But to animate the robot, it must first be rigged with a skeletal system. I began Fuck, I got that wrong. Sorry. I began this rigging process by drawing a hierarchy of bones inside the mesh. Because the robot has no legs or fingers, I didn't need many bones. Actually, that is very badly written. Holy crap. That feels... I read it to myself before I went live, but now that I'm reading it over again... Let me read this out again. I began this rigging process... Let me try again. But to animate this robot, it must first be rigged with a skeletal system. I began this rigging process... It should be the rigging process, by drawing a hierarchy of bones inside the mesh. Because the robot has no legs or fingers, I didn't need many bones. This doesn't sound right. This sounds poorly written. And I don't know if this is easy to identify, but I've noticed that one of the reasons I take my writing so seriously, and this is like the most time-consuming part of a video, is to write the script, is because there's like no amount of good editing can save bad writing. And I've seen plenty of videos that are flashy, they have the Mr. Beast Vine Boom editing, but what they're saying is in the most bad way possible, and I just tune out because I'm like, this is so wordy. Like, can he just shut up? You know, like, and I don't want people saying that about my stuff, obviously. So I put in a lot of thought into like the word choice, because the goal, the challenge, the game is to explain these things with as few words as possible in a way that doesn't sound, it doesn't sound unnatural. So I'm very careful with how I word it, because I could just ramble about rigging, but because this video is going to be up for a bit and people might watch it in a few years from now, I don't want it to just be a low effort, me rambling about rigging for half an hour. So a lot of this is also to save time, because the less words I say, the less editing, the less B-roll I have to put in, because I can condense it into just as few words as possible. But you have to pick the words carefully. And this little sentence here, because the robot has no legs or fingers, I didn't need many bones. Right? Having that coming after this sentence, there's just something that doesn't flow. Let me read it again and see if I can point out what it is. I began the rigging process by drawing a hierarchy of bones inside the mesh. Because the robot has no legs or fingers, I didn't need many bones. It just kind of seems... I almost want to cut that sentence out, I think. Or I could word it differently. Let me try wording it differently, because it doesn't sound like... It sounds like something I wrote, not something I would say. So maybe a different wording... Thankfully, like this. Thankfully, the robot doesn't have legs or fingers. So I didn't need many bones. Or a lot of bones. So I needed very few bones. I like this better. This sounds more me. So if I say, beginning the rigging process by drawing a hierarchy of bones inside the mesh. Thankfully, the robot doesn't have legs or fingers. So I needed very few. See, even that sounds a little... So I needed very few bones. So I didn't need many bones. I think what sounds more natural. Thankfully, the robot doesn't have legs or fingers, so I didn't need many bones. So I didn't need many. So I needed very few bones. So I could get away with very few, but that sounds more like what I would say. So I could get away. So I know this is a little wordier, and this might contradict what I just said, but there's another thing as well to factor in, and that's delivery and tone. And this sounds a bit more playful. And I find the reason why I think this didn't sound good isn't just because it sounds overwritten, but it also sounds too clinical. That's why this felt a bit off to read, because it sounds too like ChatGPT wrote it or something. But if I cut that out and replace it with this, you see how it has a bit more personality to it? Thankfully, the robot doesn't have legs, so I could get away. Like, it sounds more playful, and it sounds like I'm actually having fun reading, communicating this to you, and that's what it should sound like. It shouldn't sound like me just reading a Wikipedia article, so that's important. It has to sound like I'm having fun. Otherwise, who the hell is gonna care? So let's try that again. I'm gonna do another recording, another take. And requires use of specific techniques to get right. But to animate the robot, it must first be rigged with a skeletal system. I began this rigging process by drawing a hierarchy of bones. Oh, I've clipped twice here, so let me try that again. I gotta sit a bit further back. I noticed that if I lean too much, I clip the mic too much. So let's try that again. I'll put this over here, actually. We'll dual screen it so I can actually see the clipping in real time. Oh, that's the wrong window. Oopsie. And requires use of specific techniques. To get right. But to animate the robot, it must first be rigged with a skeletal system. I began this rigging process by drawing a hierarchy of bones inside the mesh. Thankfully, the robot doesn't have legs or fingers, so I could get away with very few bones. Then, using a plugin called Rigify, I was able to automatically generate a fully functioning I was able to animate fully functioning automatically. I keep clipping when I say also. When I say I notice that this happens a lot. Whenever I say certain vowels, it clips the audio. So let's have and requires use of specific technique. I'm just going to try that again, actually. I can't be bothered to go and pick out the good bits from that. I'm going to try it again. So I just got to make sure when I say I have to like tone my voice down a bit. And requires use of specific techniques to get right. But to animate the robot, it must first be rigged with a skeletal system. I began this rigging process by drawing a hierarchy of bones inside the mesh. Thankfully, the robot doesn't have legs or fingers, so I could get away with very few bones. Then, using a plugin called Rigify, I was able to automatically generate a fully functioning set of animation controllers over the skeleton. Controllers are preferable to work with, as I can use them to influence many bones at once, instead of posing each one individually. My favorite is the IK handle, which allows me to pose the robot's arms by moving his hands instead of adjusting each individual bone along its arm. Once getting the rig set up the way I wanted, I had to bind the robot's mesh to it. This is achieved through a fun process called weight painting. In Blender, each bone creates a heat map displaying how much influence that bone has over each of the mesh's vertices, blue meaning no influence, and red meaning full influence. These weights are generated automatically, but I often have to make manual adjustments. That doesn't sound right either. Let me read that whole sentence. These weights are generated automatically, but I often have to make manual adjustments. These weights are generated automatically, but the auto weights aren't that good, and I usually have to adjust them manually. Yeah, that sounds better. After rigging is complete, animation can finally commence. Okay, let's have a look through this. So I'm gonna have to cut some bits out, but that is a take of that entire. So that was like what, a minute, 2 minutes, just this. So yeah, there's a lot more in there than I thought, because I haven't really read it out loud properly yet. Raymond reads Wikipedia audio tape merch. Maybe. Saying bones too many times. Yeah, I think that's what it was. I don't think I've got that in there now. I only use the word bones twice, 3-4 times, which isn't too bad. Because the thing is, because I'm referring to a lot of different things, like bones, IK handles, whatever, I have to make sure that I'm still like, so you know exactly what it is I'm describing. But I don't know, I was kind of happy with that, but we'll go and just check for errors. Oh, thanks so much for following. Long live chaos. Very cool. All right, so let's go and check.
And requires use of specific next time.
So I can cut out this. That's the. It records my keyboard hitting the record key, so we'll cut that out.
And requires use of specific techniques to get right. But to animate the robot, it must first be rigged with a skeletal system. I began this rigging process by drawing a hierarchy of bones inside the mesh. Thankfully, the robot doesn't have legs or fingers, so I could get away with very few bones. Then, using a plugin, a few bones.
I can cut a bit of air there.
Very few bones. Then,
oh wait, no, it's not that I want to cut. It's this. When you hear me inhaling.
A few bones. Then
yeah, it felt like a bit too much of a delay, so that's a bit better.
Using a plugin called Rigify, I was able to automatically generate a fully functioning set of animation controllers over the skeleton.
And then there's a lot of dead air here. We'll cut that.
I was able to the skeleton.
Oh, that's me rereading it.
Automatically generate fully functioning animation controllers over the skeleton.
I have two, so I've done two different variants here. So let me see which one I like.
A fully functioning set of animation controllers over the skeleton. I was able to automatically generate a fully functioning set of animation.
I think I like the second one.
I was able to automatically generate fully functioning animation controllers over the skeleton. Called Rigify. I was able to.
So let's see how that flows.
Called Rigify. I was able to automatically generate fully functioning animation controllers over the skeleton.
We'll cut a little bit off there.
Controllers over the skeleton. Controller.
Cut that. Breathe.
Controller.
Wait, what is that? It's like a keyboard. It's like my mouse or something.
Controllers are preferable to work with, as I can use them to influence many bones at once, instead of posing each one individually. My favorite is the IK handle, which allows me to pose the robot's arms by...
Oh. What did I stumble there? Let's cut some of that out.
It allows me to pose...
And then I sort of pause. I think that's where I was changing line. Like I was reading the thing and then I changed lines. I think that's what that was.
Is the IK handle, which allows me to pose the robot's
arms
better. By moving his hands instead of adjusting each individual bone along its arm.
And then...
bone along its arm. Once getting the rig set up the way I wanted, I had to bind the robot's mesh to it. This is achieved through a fun process called weight painting.
It is a fun process. It's very fun.
In Blender, each bone creates a heat map displaying how much influence that bone has over each of the mesh's vertices, blue meaning no influence, and red meaning full influence. These weights are generated...
I could probably... Oh, could I leave that in?
These weights are generated automatically, but I often have to make manual adjustments.
And then, yeah, that was just this bit I was stumbling on at the end.
But I often have to make manual adjustments.
Because sometimes as well, when I say a word, I like won't emphasize it enough and you can't really tell what I'm saying. Because I'm a very fast talker, so I noticed that, yeah, this will happen sometimes, like this line.
But I often have to make manual adjustments.
Like the word manual is not, you can barely hear me say it because it's so fast. So I'll use one of the other takes.
These weights are generated automatically, but I often have to make manual adjustments. Influence, meaning no influence, and
so from here, I'll add a marker here so I know where to, because I think this is the last line. It's just oh no, there's one more after this, I think.
Weights are but I often have to make manual adjustments. Doesn't sound right either. But I often have to make manual adjustments. Let me read that whole sentence. These weights are generated automatically, but I often have to make manual adjustments.
See, that sounds like I'm having fun when I read it. The other ones sound very deadpan, so I'm going to cut the others out. Because, yeah, you got to have enthusiasm. One thing that's also like a fatal thing I see people who make videos do is that they just don't sound interested in what they're saying. And a lot of the time, it's like they are, but they are camera shy, and that doesn't come through in the recording. So I knew a guy that tried to make tutorials once, because he would watch my videos, and he was like, oh, I'm going to give that a try. But, well, firstly, he had this microphone that picked up way too much background noise, so it sounded very echoey. And he was also... when he would talk to me in real life, he was extremely, like, vivid and enthusiastic, like overflowingly enthusiastic. But then on camera or on his microphone, he just sounded like really timid, and it doesn't make for a comfortable watch because he sounds uncomfortable when he's saying it. So in real life, you know, he'd come up to me and show me some cool programming thing he was doing. But then on his video, it was like, welcome to tutorial series. Today we're going to learn how to make Genji's double jump or something like that. And it's just I'm like, oh come on, I told him when he published it, I was like, dude, I've heard you sound like way better than this. Like you just got to imagine me in front of you. Imagine you're talking to me, and you'll sound way better. It's something that you kind of have to grow into though. So it was like his first thing. I don't blame him, but it's like one thing that I try to keep an eye on. Like I've had enough practice to not feel uncomfortable when recording, but I have to make sure that I don't sound bored or tired, because that's usually my culprit, is that I sound tired. Influence. These weights are generated the mesh's vertices to make manual adjustments. After rigging is complete, animation can finally commence. Okay, that's okay. I just need to cut out some. Complete animation can. Where I say animation, I can't leave that going a little too long. Can finally commence. Yeah, there we go. That's it. All right, that sounds. I'm happy with that. Full influence. These weights are generated. So I can remove this marker. Can I right-click, delete marker? And I should have a marker right here. That's the end of the segment. So if I save that, I should be able to go into Premiere and just extend the actual voiceover. Oh, that's the music. Let me copy the end. It should allow me to extend this. Subscribers. Oh. Huh. Maybe I have to reopen Premiere. This. Okay. Let's just make sure that's saved. I don't think it's imported the changes, because it should just update the WAV file with all the new stuff. I might have to I might have to right click, re-import. Since when was weight painting fun? Are you kidding me? If it's like a robot, it's hell fun. It's awesome, because like it's because it's not organic. It's literally like the character model is so primitive. Weight painting this was so easy, because every you basically just wait, like there's no in between, you know what I'm saying? So you take like the claws, and those are weighted 100% to one bone, and the wheel is weighted 100%. There's no in between, it's in half. So weight painting this guy was fun. Weight painting anything else though, yeah, I'll give you that. It's kind of not fun. But weight painting this guy I didn't mind. It was pretty fun. I just don't know why it's not importing my audio. So let's open up the audio. It's probably because I don't have the audio project open. That's probably why. You find it tedious no matter what? Well, I mean, yeah, not gonna lie, it is a little. It is a bit. That's okay. There is much worse though. I think a reason why I don't mind it now is because I've been through worse. So I actually kind of I don't really mind weight painting anymore. So if I go make offline and then link media, so if I relink it, will it have my new audio? So if I open that in the source monitor, scaling its wheel up and into my live stream, receive exclusive. Oh, it hasn't. This is the right file. Yeah, that's the right file, but it hasn't done it. Instead of adjusting each individual bone. Yeah, so it's in the actual, I'm opening it in VLC and it has the new but it's not showing up in Premiere. Along its arm. Once getting the rig set up. Yeah, so I've got that, but here it ends at me doing the see you next time.
All right, I'm gonna.
And it's like, well, wait a minute. That's not what the file says. The file goes longer now. What do you... So, maybe replace footage. We'll try replacing it. And what was the file name? 37. 172737. 172737. Okay, please work.
Platforms, every merch, everything.
It doesn't. Oh, come on, Premiere. Give me a break. Can you just like import my changes, please? It worked last time. It's like straight up.
I'm gonna get.
Yeah, it's not. It's straight up not importing it. I don't want to have to put that on its own file though. Please don't make me do that. Just import it. Like I do this all the time. I have to go in and append stuff and it always works except right now. The one time I'm editing live, it decides to not work. See, this is the kind of stuff I hate. I can put up with rigging and weight painting, but when stuff like this happens where Premiere is just like, oh yeah, that audio? Oh, what are you talking about, bro? What new audio? That's the kind of That's what I'm talking about when I say I've seen worse. This is worse. I would rather be weight painting right now than trying to figure out why Premiere is literally not importing the file the right way. I have one game theory. And that is to relaunch Premiere and see what happens. I'll save my changes. Close production. Quit. Because I'm not crazy, it's right here. It goes to the 12-minute mark. I've got all that audio and it's on this is the file. 240324 172737. That's the .wav. That's the file. But when I do that in Premiere, it's like, this is not the voiceover you're looking for. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure it is. I'm very certain that's the one. So I don't know. But yeah, this specifically, I don't think I've had this happen. I've had other weird editing problems, but not like this. So let's open the production. We'll go to audio. And we'll also open the devlog. Just don't know what its deal is right now. Audio. Footage. Graphics. Oh, I want a sequence. Devlog 39. Can you believe this? This is going to be our 39th video. It's a lot of videos. All right, so now that we've got that open, please, 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 let us work. Okay, it doesn't seem to be.
Next time.
Yeah, it's still incomplete. It's got I can see you. It's got the little marker in there that I put. I don't know if you guys can see that, but the little marker I added, it's there. It's got the little marker, but it's like, I don't know what you're talking about. There's a marker, but the rest of the file? Oh, I don't know, man. Well, what are you talking about? And it's like, well, no, it's right here. The rest of the file is right here. What are you talking about? So maybe there's some import setting I'm getting wrong. That could be it. If I go to 37, there might be some option here. Speed, duration, make offline, replace, transcribe, insert, over. What's overwrite? Rename, reveal, modify, timecode, timecode. What does this mean? Because what I'm guessing is, it like thinks that the audio is meant to be 11 minutes 31 seconds, but now it's 12 minutes something, and it's like it seems to be in complete denial that it's over 12 minutes now. So I have to tell it that, hey, there's an extra 30 seconds of stuff here now, and it seems to not be aware of it at all. So it looks like timecode just tells. Hold on, what does that do? Time. Okay, so that just tells me where the thing will start from. So I want to keep that at 0.
All right.
Okay. But it doesn't seem to know that there is more after that. I know that there's... I've had this issue with a video clip, but not an audio clip. I'm just trying to think here. Let me just save before I go and modify stuff. But if I go over... Maybe overwrite? Oh, what did that just do? Okay, maybe that's not what I want. I don't know what that did, but it deleted everything, so I'm not going to do that. Rename, reveal, modify. What else was in modify? Oh, we only get these. Okay, that's not very helpful. Speed, duration. Duration. Let's punch in the new time code. Can I... Does it show me? It does show me right here. So if I paste in the new time code... Oh, it's in a different format. Okay, that should do it. It's formatted slightly differently. Oh, but it's... Oh no, if I do that, it slows it down. So I can stretch the audio out to 12 minutes. That's not what I want. I just want it to know that there is more in that file now. This is not the kind of issue I thought I'd be having today. Let me make sure I didn't screw that up. Okay, it's back to normal. Looking anime. Yeah, so that's okay. It's playing at the right speed. So if I had that change, it would have slowed my voice down and made me sound deeper, which is not what I want. But it might be Google time. It might be Google time. I've not had this issue. Premiere Pro not re-importing audio. I have had some other issues with Adobe, but not like this. Premiere Pro not importing audio. Oh, this is all not my problem. This is all stuff like the file is failing to... That isn't quite what I have, so I have to be more specific with my query. Premiere Pro not updating file length. Maybe that's it. Let's read this post. Files not updating that I am attempting to work on in simple time. I don't know what that means. Duration says 138. The file says... Okay, this is some other thing. I don't think this is it. No, it's not it. Wrong file length. Maybe this is it. What is this website? Oh my goodness. Okay, well I can still read it, so let's see what it says. 3 minutes long, where the rest of the time... Oh, so he has a 17-minute long clip that Premiere only perceives as 3 minutes. Okay, I don't know what that means. It's an AVI file, so it doesn't really apply to us. Get here, answering... I have no idea what any of this says. I don't understand what any of this is saying. But this is AVI files. Yeah, that's not relevant. Audio. Let's try audio. Updated audio files not updating. This sounds a bit more up our alley. Update audio file. I said Premiere reopen. No matter what I do, old file is the only one it plays back. It's kind of close. Premiere converts audio on import in its own cached version. Oh no. I don't want to have to clear the whole cache. That might be the option though. Alright, it's time to clean the cache, fellas. It's time to clean out the cache. So... I should... Well, let's hope that nothing breaks when I do this. Hopefully we don't get any weird performance stuff. So let me just save everything. And we'll go... I think it's in Settings, Preferences, General. And there should be a... Oh, yeah, okay. Autosave... No. Hardware, color, control, graphics. Media cache. Remove media cache files. I'm like a bit hesitant to do this because there's probably gigabytes of stuff in there, but if that's the option, what's this? Automatically creates and stores various helper files in media cache using the projects as performant as possible. The presence of the old cache files can sometimes impede performance. Delete unused cache files. Okay, we have to do all cache files. Delete all media cache files. Okay, we'll have to, yep, let's do that. Well, it might save me some hard drive space at least. Hi, Platinum. What is those emotes? What is that? Is that a guy in a banana costume? That's peculiar. Media writing, metadata writing in progress. If you quit before it is complete, data will be lost. What do you mean metadata in progress? Well, let's let it do whatever. Let's leave it for a minute. Maybe I need to close all the files I have open. And if I try quitting now... Okay, let's try again. How long will we need to wait for the game? I know. I'm anxious for it to come out too, but you just need some time, okay? I have a lot to do. I'm one guy. I have a lot to do. It'll be out when it's out. Devlog. But today is devlog day. So that is our priority for the moment. That's actually something I've talked to a few people about this, because there's some other people I used to talk to that would do devlogs and a game, trying to do it and balance them both. And I think that, well, they had a lot of the same problems I first had when I started. And yeah, there's like this thing of it's an interesting dilemma, because a lot of the time these people I would talk to, I think one of them was pretty big. He like blew up pretty massively. I don't remember his name. He was Australian as well though. But he was telling me about how like he found it really like challenging to like, how, you know, I should just shut up and work and not make videos, because he didn't want to put in work to make videos. And I kind of get that, because it does take time away. But I think he ended up kind of committing to that fully, and he like doesn't make videos anymore. And well, he's also had like other issues with his game. I think he's sort of been having a tough time with his tools, and he keeps like changing engines, which is not helping. But then there was another guy I knew who had it's a different person. He also kind of is doing devlogs. And when he started doing a bigger project, he went, okay, we're not going to waste time on devlogs. We're just going to do dev and nonstop, and we're going to release it. But then he did that, and the game like completely flopped because he didn't build any community. So I had one guy from that team talk to me, and he said to me, like, I wish we did what you did, because yes, we were grinding all the time, but no one knew who we were or cared of what we were doing. So it was completely futile. And he told me, like, because they had a guy on the team that had like an audience to leverage, and they just didn't do it. And he was saying like, yeah, I really wish we had like taken time out of development on community and video stuff. And I'm like, wow, that's really interesting. Because I sometimes think to just, it's too much effort to do YouTube. I just forget about it. Like, I've had that thought sometimes, but then I see what happens to people that let that slip, and it doesn't work out for them very well. So that's why I still try to keep this up. It's a lot harder because I'm just so busy now, but you know, if I don't do it, it'll be much worse from what I've seen. So now I should be able to extend this audio clip now that the cache has been rebuilt. Yeah, now there's a little loading bar in the corner that's trying to rebuild the cache. I'll see you next. Something is not right. Oh, wait a minute. Something's changed. Let me just check. Traditional. Okay, no, I think it might be okay. It to stay looking at it. Okay, it's just that the ending comes out a bit longer than I remember it. This ending bit. I don't remember the audio stopping there. But I guess it's it sounds like it's all still in sync. Let me just go back to the intro and make sure the audio is still lined up.
This is the new enemy robot.
That sounds okay.
or else they will find you, and they... Alright. Techniques to get right, but to animate the robot...
Okay, cool, that worked. So clearing the media cache worked. Hooray. Now I just need to make a bit more room for this segment. And chuck it in. So there's the rigging segment now, and Oh, do I want to do the B-roll for that now? I don't know. Because I might need to record new footage to put there.
Together. And requires use of specific...
Oh. That line does not flow at all.
Altogether. And requires use of specific techniques to get right. In motion is another thing altogether. And requires you...
Why does it sound so different? What, I don't know what it... Maybe it's the distance from the camera I'm speaking at, but the audio sounds... It's the same. I use this microphone for everything, but why does the audio sound so different between these two takes?
Altogether. And requires you...
You see how it sounds more echoey? What is going on?
Use of specific techniques to get right.
I need to re-record that line.
But to animate the robot, it must...
Yeah, I gotta re-record that. It's meant to be the same sentence.
In motion is another thing altogether. And requires use of specific...
Yeah, that sounds like I've edited it there. That's... Oh my god, that's awful. Let me redo that. Oh, let me just close that. All right. Where is it? Open recent. Whoa.
Each of the meshes...
That was actually really cool to see it building the audio there. So I need to re-record.
Specific techniques to get right. But to animate the robot...
So it's just this bit. This sounds like not... It sounds like it's recorded with a different microphone, but it's not. I don't know what's going on, but it sounds jarring and distracting, which is like a recipe to get someone to click off when something like that happens. So we can't have that. So I'm going to silence this area and just re-record it. I might re-record the whole line just so I don't edit mid-sentence. So I'm just going to add a bunch of silence here to give me some room so I don't interfere with the rest of it.
I get back to it.
So the line is something in motion is even harder or something. Let me check. Let me check the line.
Getting a 3D character to look anime is a challenge.
Getting a 3D character to look anime is a challenge. Getting it to look anime in motion is another. Okay, I think I remember. So I'll just read the whole thing. So I'll make more space. All right, let's do the whole that whole line again, so it sounds like I haven't edited half of it in. So I'll just make a lot of room just in case. Okay. So getting a character. I forgot what the beginning was.
Getting a 3D character to look anime.
Getting a 3D character to look anime is one thing. Getting it to look anime in motion is not altogether, and requires specific techniques to get right. Okay. Getting a 3D character to look anime is one thing, but getting it to look anime. Why is it clipping? But getting it to look anime. Let's try it again. Getting a 3D character to look anime is one thing, but getting it to look anime in motion is another challenge altogether, and requires specific techniques to get right. So that's what it's meant to be. Let's see how that sounds. Getting a 3D character to look anime is one thing, but getting it to look anime in is one thing, but getting it to look anime in motion is another challenge altogether, and require... Yeah, I pause a bit there. Altogether, and requires specific techniques to get right. Requires specific techniques, and requires specific... I can redo that, that's bad. Like, that sounds bad. Altogether. And requires specific techniques to get right. See, that sounds a bit more interesting. Altogether, and requires specific techniques to get right. Okay, I like that more. But to animate the robot, it must first be rigged. Techniques to get right. But to animate the robot... Okay. Do I have to clear the cache again now? To get that to import? I hope not. I hope not. Oh, it's updating it. Okay. You see how the waveform's just gone blank? That's good. That means that it's actually known that, oh, something's changed. So hopefully, I don't have to clear the cache again. Devlogs are just marketing? Not entirely. It's partially. They can be used as marketing, but they're also... it's like the battle, the indie dev battle, the first obstacle that you must overcome. It's sort of like it's more like a getting people to care, which I don't think is the same as marketing. Because with the way I view it, it's more like you should care enough about what you're making to talk about it enough to get other people to care about it. But when I see someone like these dudes that I mentioned earlier that decided to completely forego any PR at all, like it was all they tried to do the, oh, we're just so busy working, and like we're what's the word? They have a phrase, but it's like it's a bit of a cope where it's like, oh, we're too busy to engage with the public, which is like that's bad. You don't want to do that. But it's they use like that we have our heads down working cope, which is, yeah, you can do that, but if you just keep your head down and work only, like no one cares that you're doing that. Like if no one knows what your game is, like no one cares if you have your head down working, because everyone else does as well. So you have to do something extra so that you can have periods where you have your head down working, but you're also like, you know, people actually want to hear about what you're doing. But the mistake these guys made is that they assumed that by putting on this, our PR strategy is to say nothing because we want to give the illusion that we're busy all the time. It's a bad move. It's a recipe to make no money and to have like it's the recipe to like have no one care, which is, if you care about what you're doing, you're not going to sabotage yourself like that. But it's just the rationalization that they gave for me for it was just silly. It was like, oh, we're too busy to do marketing. And it's like, you understand, well, it isn't just marketing, but we're too busy to, it's like the attitude is we're too busy to engage with people that would like our thing. And it's almost like a disrespect to the fans. But they don't have fans yet, so I don't know if that's the right word. But it's like, they're doing a disservice by not getting fans and having someone to make it for. Because if they don't have that, then they're not making it for anyone, and it is a waste of time at that point. And you become the 80% of people that will post on Reddit and say, my game only made $20 in 2 months. What happened? And it's like, well, that's the default. That's what happens to everyone, unless you get people to care about what you're doing. Like, it's just that simple. So yeah, it's the PR strategy of, oh, we've got our heads down working. We're too busy. We can't even make trailers because we're so busy. And it's like, I feel like if you're that busy, that you can't make trailers, or you can't make blog posts even just some written thing of this is what I'm up to this month or whatever. Like if you can't even do that, it's like, I don't know, man. You should be communicative. And I know this is something I need to work on as well, by the way. I'm guilty of the same thing. I've had periods where I've gone a little too deep into focus mode, and I'm just like, oh, I should probably tell people what I'm doing. Because I think there's a point, especially if you have people watching you, I think there is a point where if you go full cold turkey silent, I think people are going to get kind of annoyed because they'll be like, oh, he doesn't care about us enough to keep us in the loop. So that's why I've tried to do more streaming, so I at least have some channel animation. But yeah, but of course people want the video, so you know, we're doing the videos today. Getting a 3D character to look anime. Okay, so let me just check this sentence altogether. Getting a 3D character to look anime is one thing, but getting it to look anime in motion is another challenge altogether, and requires actually, I might be able to use, because this sounds more similar now. Let me just try it. Is another thing altogether, and requires specific. Yeah, see that? You notice how it doesn't sound like I've cut it now? Let me do it again. It's a challenge. Getting it to stay looking anime in motion is another thing altogether, and requires specific tech. See, it doesn't sound like it's been recorded on a different microphone. I think it's just because my head placement, because sometimes if you record too far back, it can sound completely different. So that's fixed. But to animate the robot, it must first be rigged with a skeletal system. So here's what I'll do now, because we do need some B-roll. But I often have to finally commence. And then I can talk about animation. So I've got so I'm going to glue in the anime segment, the animation stuff at the end here. Excuse me. Come on. And finally commence. Traditional. Okay, so there's a bit of a shrink that a little bit, too much dead air. Can finally commence. Traditional. Okay, that's cool. So I've got a bit of animation. I've got a little preview here of, I think it's from Sword Art Online or something. I just had this in my footage folder and I thought, oh, this is a great example to show how traditional animation works. So I do a bit of a thing on how animation works. But before that, we got to do the rig part. This is the bit I forgot to record, which we now have the voiceover for. So that's like an extra 2 minutes of stuff almost. So I've just added 2 minutes to this video. So that's pretty cool. But we need to have something that isn't black screen for this part. Together. And requires specific... Oh, and also this is... Why did this hang too long? I gotta shrink this a little as well. And requires... Oh, come on. Okay, it's not letting it... Alright, it's not letting me do anymore, so I guess that'll... If there's a bit of a hitch there, oh well. But I need to think about what should be on the screen. Specific techniques to get right. But to animate the robot, it must first be rigged with a skeletal system. I began... What I'll do, I'll just keep the spinning guy going this whole time. And this has to come over this way. This is part of the next clip. This goes here. So I'll keep this spinning thing as I'm talking about rigging, because if I can hold something, this part I can kind of get away with having clips longer, because you're already 5 minutes in. You're gonna keep watching. It's not like the intro where I have to grab your attention. I've got your attention at this point, so I can get away with the... But to animate the robot, to have this go a bit longer. So I'll stretch that out to where I start talking about... It must first be rigged with a skeletal system. So I'll go here, and then I'll go to a time lapse of something. I began this... And I need to... Let me just see how this looks. It must first be rigged with a skeletal system. I began this rigging and then I can show time-lapse. So I'll add a little marker, and we'll go rigging time-lapse, which I have. I know I've got that somewhere. And we'll keep watching to see what else I need to put in. Drawing a hierarchy of bones inside the mesh. Thankfully, the robot doesn't have legs or fingers, so I could get... Oh, sorry, I'm just checking chat. Nile Red, the chemistry YouTuber, once said his somewhat monotone delivery is partially due to his editing style. I don't know who that is, but I think if you're saying what I think you're saying, it's like, yeah, for some people, like the monotone thing is like their character, like that's their shtick. It's like it works for some styles. Like that dude, who's that guy with the hair, with the white t-shirt, who's always talking about, oh, hey guys, I don't know what he does like a daily upload. He's like one of these streamers, and he sounds like extremely monotone. He's like, I just found this epic video. Okay, that's it, bye. That guy, whatever his name is, that monotone works for him, because that's like his... It would be weird if he didn't be monotone. You know what I'm saying? Like that's his persona. That's probably how he talks too. For me though, I in real life talk with a lot of enthusiasm, but when you're in when you're alone in a room, that you have to put in a bit more effort to get that out, I find. Because I don't talk naturally monotone. So the struggle for me is if I didn't put in effort, I would also sound monotone. But my real authentic voice is not monotone. It's just because I'm in a room and there's no like social thing that's making me want to talk with passion. So I have to like work on that like consciously. But if I'm in like a real conversation with someone, I have I can like bring that I don't have to try. It just comes out because I'm like in, you know, like when you're around someone, it comes out on its own. So I had to like spend a lot of time to really make sure that I was hitting like the same level I would have in real life of just my cadence and everything. So in a way, it's like I have to sort of focus on it and play it up, but it's to do it so that it remains true to like my actual speaking voice when I'm in front of people. That's the way I try to do it anyway. But it has to like be my best as well. So it has to be like the most interesting conversation I've had with someone. That's what it has to sound like every time. So I put in a bit of extra emphasis on things and pacing and whatever, so that I sound like, because I am really interested in, like, this is cool. If this wasn't interesting, I wouldn't bother making devlogs at all. But if you're sitting in a booth and you're just reading a script, you know, if you're focused too much on reading it, you can forget to sound, you forget to sort of imbue that in. So again, this rigging. So anyway, I need what do I need next? By drawing a hierarchy of bones. Thankfully, the robot doesn't have legs, using a plugin called the skeleton. Controllers are preferable to work with, as I can use them to... I think I could probably just keep the rigging time-lapse going for this whole bit. My favorite is the IK handle, which allows me to... Here, though, I'm going to need to record an example of me moving, because I say I can move his... well, this is what I say. Pose the robot's arms by moving his hands instead of adjusting each individual bone along its arm. So I need to record a clip of me with the rig open on the screen here, and I need to have me moving the robot's hand with the IK handle and then doing it again with the FK handle to show the difference, because I could like talk for another 10 minutes about how inverse kinematics and stuff works, but that's like a recipe to put people to sleep. So instead, I try to be extremely concise and just go over it, like without going into technicals, and just showing it on the video, so that even if you're not that technical, it's like, oh, so we could do that. Like, it makes sense to you when you look at it. Once getting the rig set up the way I wanted, I had to bind the robot's mesh to it. I'm gonna have to change. I have a different clip of weight painting here. So we'll do weight painting. I don't know if I have a clip for that, so I'll have to check. Called weight painting. In Blender, it has over each of the mesh's vertices. Blue, and I'll need to record a clip of me looking at the, so I'll go example, drone, vertex weights. And this one is time-lapse. Vertex weights, or just rigging, I guess. We'll do rigging. And then this other, I'll just name it consistently here. Pose the robot's arm. So this will be example, IK, FK, drone, IK, FK, control. Pose the robot's arms by moving his hands instead of adjusting each individual bone along its arm. Okay, yeah, that's the right clip there. And this one is vertex weights. Influence. These weights are generated automatically, and then I'll just chuck in a weight painting time lapse. I think I already have one I'm going to use here anyway. So if I have time lapse rigging, yeah, I'll just cut that in half and put the other half here. So I only need So let's get Notepad and see a list of the new footage we got to add. So that's the other, yeah. So this is the only bit that's kind of time consuming. Is for every new bit of audio I add, I have to add new video too. But this, I should have done this last week, but I totally forgot to even write this bit. So this is my fault. But I got to have it in there. Got to go over the rigging. It isn't just like a magic button. So I'm going to make a list of all of these markers, and there's only 4, so it shouldn't be that hard. The hell is that noise? All right. Example. So we only need 3. Sorry, 3 clips. So I just need to find. So I'll put this into 2 lists. Find and record. Because I know with record in this list, this is stuff I have to go out and record right now. But find is stuff I have already somewhere. So you might start with the find list, which is just 1 clip of a time lapse of me rigging the character, which I know I have somewhere. So we'll go and dig that up, in the footage bin. What is this? Oh, this is I can move this over. What is all this? Okay, I can get this was from earlier. We'll get rid of some of this stuff. Just move that all over. All right, so I'm gonna try and quickly do all that, and I still need to pick out fan art to put at the end. So that'll be how we end it for today. But I got to get through and record some clips. Moist critical, yeah, I think that's him. Yeah, it's the monotone. Yeah, if it's the guy that has the hey guys, that type voice, it's him, I think. Oh, Sakurai, didn't see you there. I keep telling myself once the demo is ready, the floodgates will open, but getting to a demo state is difficult. Yeah, man. That's where I'm at right now. I'm trying to get it to a good demo because I know that I have the Steam page and I know all of you want it on Steam. You want me to put the itch demo on Steam. I know you guys want that, but I have deliberately not done that because itch and Steam, they have a different expectation of quality. And I know that might sound funny because I know that people will probably say like, oh, well, have you seen what's on Steam? And it's like shovelware. Yeah, fair enough. But a lot of that is like irrelevant. No one's paying attention to the shovelware. But my point is, if I don't want to be grouped in that category, then I need a demo that's better than what I have on itch right now. Because that's not really a demo. It's a tech demo, really. So I have been working towards that as my milestone for the last few months. But my God, yeah, it is. It's a hard one, let's just say. It's a very hard one. Because you basically have to make it really presentable. You have to do like a big vertical stack of SFX, no bugs in the gameplay. Like, you don't have to have a lot of content, but the content you have there has to be, like, polished. And that is hard. So, yeah, I feel you there, man. Okay, so I need... there should be... Okay, so here's where the cool footage... organizing that I did is going to come in handy now, because I need to go and find something. Now, the way I would used to do this used to be a big pain, but here's what I can do now. I can open my footage bin, and because I've organized this so meticulously, I know exactly where I need to look. I need to go to footage, feline, drone, and then one of these clips, it's going to be one of these, it's going to be one that has a green waveform on it, and it's going to be one that lasts like an hour. So it's going to be one of these. Not this one, though. This is the smears. That's the... maybe it's this one. It's going to be one of those in this folder. So we'll have a quick gander. This is normal editing, so it's not this one. This is rigging. There we go. So I'll drag this. And this is an hour long. This is time-lapse footage. So I'm going to mute the... I'm going to delete the audio channel. And I'm going to right-click on the... footage. I'm going to go speed duration. We're going to go like 1600. That's usually the speed I punch in. And then I'm just going to like skim through it and find something that looks cool. So this bit here where I'm doing the bones, this should play when I'm talking about bones because that looks right. But I have this whole bit in like the first minute where I'm like not clicking on anything. So I have this whole bit where I'm just moving the mouse. So we'll cut out that. So when the recording starts, I start doing stuff straight away. And there's me generating the Rigify rig. So it's just me doing that. So I don't know how, we won't need a lot of it. So we'll just take a bit of it. And this looks like weight painting. But I'm doing it in a weird way, so it doesn't look like it's weight painting, but it is weight painting. I'm just directly punching numbers into the vertex groups. So it's a bit of a weird way of weight painting, but that's what I did. So that's going to be the weight painting part. That bit where I've got the torso twisted, that looks funny. So that should be a good thing to show when I'm talking about rigging, because this is like the kind of issues you get with rigging, is that you have stuff twist around and act all weird. So this bit where I'm posing it, yeah, I want that to be on screen when I'm talking about. I want two things. I want to cut out this bit. right here. So I want to take that, and then there's a little bit here. So take that, we'll cut out this middle bit. We'll put that there. There should be plenty. And I want this of me, oh, actually here, this is perfect. Now I actually have the vertex colors on. This is perfect to show. So I'll have it, I want it of me moving the arms, because it looks visually appealing. Like you can obviously see what I'm doing in this clip. It's like, oh, he's testing the rig, he's moving the arms. And then I show the little heat map thing. This is great footage. So I just have this playing when I'm talking about rigging. So I'll cut out that beginning bit, because that's a bit boring. Cut out that. We'll just have it here. That should be plenty. Is there any cool bits at the end? Not really. I think that should be good. So we'll take it and copy this into... Okay. Oh. Put it there. Oh, Premiere, please. Don't freeze. Premiere, okay. I'm just trying to paste it and not have it clip. Yeah, there we go. So, here, rigging time-lapse. I put the marker for rigging time-lapse there. So I will clear this marker and I will go straight into it. This rigging process by drawing a hierarchy of... Oh, no, there's meant to be a bit where I have the bones. So that, I cut that part out, though. I can find it, though. It's in this, it's just at the beginning of this clip, where I have all the bones on. I need that to play first. When I talk about bones, there shouldn't be any controllers, it's just all bones. So this part, yeah. So I need this part first. For here. Great. So when I talk about it, bones, come on Premiere, play the clip, come on. I began this rigging process by drawing a hierarchy of bones inside the mesh. Thankfully, the robot doesn't have legs or fingers, so I could get away with very few bones. I should offset this a little, because I'm doing Rigify stuff here. So I'll back it up a little when I don't have like all the layers turned on, like here. By drawing a hierarchy of bones. I want to check. I'm sure that I have a clip of me actually drawing the bones. I just got to check. I'm not sure. That might be the only bit I have. Because this is all concept art. But I could have sworn I had one where I'm there actually drawing the bones on it. I guess not. Okay, I think that's the only time-lapse footage I have of that. Okay. Well, that's fine. Inside the mesh. Oh, sorry, I'm trying to keep an eye on chat. It's hard to read chat when I'm editing, but Sakurai says, today I only just got Unity to play nicely with me wanting to reset the last button selected on menus. Oh my god. I haven't used Unity in a while, and I know they've changed their input systems, but that kind of stuff I don't enjoy. Yeah, it sounds it's like one of those things that should just work, but it doesn't. You have to like program in what button is selected by the controller and all this stuff. I don't have fun with that either. I feel you. Your file project organization talk motivated me to do the same. That's good news. That's great news. Yeah, isn't it great? I know. It's like your brain just becomes like more efficient. Like you don't feel this mental fog of you trying to fight Premiere or fight Unity or whatever. Because that's what I had when I was editing these before I reorganized this. Like for me to find that clip took less than a minute. I just went, oh, okay, it's in this folder, and it's one of these 5 clips. And second one, there we go, put it in. Whereas before, I don't even know how to even describe how I used to do it. The fact that it would take me more than a minute to explain how I organized it is sort of incriminating in it of itself. So it was a very inefficient, bad way. And that's what I did when I started episode 1, and I didn't have experience with having lots of files. And yeah, so I'm glad I've done it, and I'm glad you've done it. That's great news. It makes the world better when you can organize stuff. So let me just see here of where I should change clips to this weight painting clip. I think this should come a bit later.
Functioning animation controllers over the skeleton.
Oh yeah, see, and there's me doing it on the time lapse. This is a great clip to use.
Controllers are preferable to work with, as I can use them to influence many bones at once, instead of posing each one individually. My favorite is the IK handle, which allows...
And then I'm gonna swap to a B-roll of me. I'm gonna record a new bit.
to pose.
So
allows me to...
So I'm gonna put that marker just here.
Instead of adjusting each individual bone along.
And then here we can have the vertex weight segment. There we go. So I'm gonna take it from here where I have the heat map on, and we're gonna put it right at this marker.
Bind the robot's mesh to it. This is achieved through a fun process called weight painting. In Blender,
and I need to hold up there.
Painting process called weight.
Because I like to do another thing where every time I bring up a concept, my rule is that I put it in text on the screen. So I put a little animated title that says weight painting. It's just so that the technical jargon doesn't seem as intimidating, because I know that there's probably half the people that like understand it, but I like to try and make it accessible so that even if you don't care, you're just a gamer and you don't care about rigging or whatever, you still kind of find the process of having made a character like fascinating. But if I throw in too many jargon technical terms, I know that that's a turnoff. And that, like, if it were me watching a video about something I wasn't as knowledgeable in, like writing or I don't know, ice skating, let's say I was watching a devlog about ice skating or a video on how to ice skate. And if they start whipping out all these technical terms on me, I'm going to feel like an idiot. And I'm going to be like, oh, I'm a moron. I shouldn't be here. I'm gonna go watch Moist Critical or whoever. And that's a recipe to alienate people. So whenever I do that, I try to be careful that I don't go over with my technicals. But if I do, if I bring up something like weight painting or whatever, I feel like if just to help out the viewer a little, in case that they're like, what the hell is he talking about? In case that happens, I'll just have the words on screen. Because if you read it, it's just kind of like, you know that it's a technical term. It's like an indicator for, this is technobabble. Here's your prompt indicating that it is technobabble. And you don't really need to know what this is, but it's something I do as part of the thing. And it's not like a common thing that you're supposed to know. Like that's what I'm trying to communicate by adding in a text title, which I'll do right now. I do have a template for it, which I'll go and add. But it's a little thing I like to do just to help and be like, hey, don't worry if you don't understand what this is. Like, it doesn't matter. But in case you know, just to give you a helping hand here, here's a little animated text title to show you what I'm talking about. So on this template file, I have a this, and it's animated too, so it looks slick. So I'll paste this in right here. Gonna make sure that's on the right audio channel. So when I say called weight painting, that's gonna come in a bit later. Weight painting, or a bit earlier maybe. Called weight painting, bit earlier. Called weight painting. There we go. And then I'm just gonna say. So now if we watch it with the title, it'll feel a bit different. Like just we saw it just there without it. Let's see what it looks like with it. A fun process called weight painting. In Blender, each bone creates a heat map. Like, I don't know if it's just me, but because I already know what the terms mean, but if I pretend that I don't know what it means, I would appreciate if they have it there to know that, oh, that's a technical term, okay. Like, I feel less alienated. Map displaying how much influence that bone has over each of the mesh's vertices. Blue meaning no. Oh, and it looks like I turn off the weight paint view. So I'll have to extend. I'll have to like drag this out here. Fun process. Because I want it when I talk about the colors, I want the colors to be on the screen, like here. So let's try that again. Bind the robot's mesh to it. This is achieved through a fun process called weight painting. In Blender, each bone creates a heat map displaying how much influence that bone has over each of the mesh's vertices. Blue meaning no influence, and red, I think it should come a little earlier. so that you see the colors and then I tell you what they mean. If I tell you what they mean and then after you see the color, it just feels a bit weird. Blue means over each. So when I mention heat map, that's when we should see it. Influence that bone has over displaying how much influence that bone has over each of the mesh's vertices. Blue meaning no influence, and red meaning full influence. Oh, but it lasts so quick. Okay, I'll slow it down. Because it's time-lapse footage, I can slow it down. So I'll go 800, I'll halve it. So it's like even slower, so it lasts longer. It's a heat map displaying how much influence that bone has over each of the mesh's vertices. Blue meaning no influence. Oh, where did it go? Oh, here we go. It's all the way over here. So I'll clip out that bit, and then we'll get the bit with the colors, because it needs to show, when I say the word color, it has to show the color. Because then it's like, it won't, like, it's just coherent, like it makes sense. It's like, oh, like what he's showing right now, that's what he's talking about. That's what it needs to do. It's a heat map displaying how much influence. Oh, that's perfect. It literally cues the exact moment. Oh, that's great. So let me just like, yeah. So right here, I'll have this like here. I had to bind the robot's mesh to it. This is achieved through a fun process called wait. So I'll have that sort of crossfade to the different part of the time lapse so it doesn't look as jarring. And then I'm talking about the heat map and you see it. That's great. Bone has over each of the mesh's vertices. Blue meaning no influence and red meaning full influence. These weights are generated automatically, but I often have to make manual adjustments. After rigging is complete. And then I can just kind of keep that clip going. Animation can finally commence. Traditional. That's okay, great. I think there's just one, so I only need one piece left of this. So I'm just gonna get rid of these markers now that I've added this stuff in. Vertex weights, and what was I meant to put here? Oh yeah, so I can cut that. Yeah, because I thought I would have to record. Yeah, no, I won't need that now. Because I've got time-lapse showing it, because I was going to record like an extra clip where I go through each bone and show it. But because I've already got it in the time-lapse, I don't need to record new stuff for it. The only new thing I need to record is just me moving the hand. Using an IK versus an FK. That's all I have to record. So that's only just for this bit. And that's it. So let me just see how that transitions. Can finally commence. Traditional. Oh, that transition's a little jank. So here's a little trick that I do just to kind of make, because I do these little things. I don't know if you notice. It's like a wipe transition where I have the next clip animate in. So I do this at specific points in my videos to indicate when I'm moving on to another topic. So if I'm just talking about the same topic, I'll cut in clips, no problem. I'll just have it transition like immediately. But if I'm gonna move on, because I want it to feel like the video is moving the previous thing behind and the new thing forward. So we are moving on from that to that. And the visual way I think is really cool is just to do like a transition, like the frame physically moves on. So I like to do that just to kind of give you a sense of, like, you know how songs have a structure where you have the chorus, the bridge? This is sort of like my version of that in my videos, where it's like, this is a chapter, this is a new chapter, this is a new chapter. It's just to give you like oh, okay, this is this is the next stage now. So it gives you a sense of progression. But I need to have the previous, it's very awkward though, it just suddenly transitions. So I have to take that previous time-lapse clip and have that go out so that the other one comes in over it. So I gotta have this, this has to fade in. This clip of the Sword Art Online thing, that has to fade in over, and then the bit below it, so I have a preset for this. If I go to effects, I have my own little folder where I put these in. I think it's offset whip from right. So I put that on this clip, and now the time lapse will also whip out as well. So it looks like a transition, like this. It's traditional. You see how it goes like that? And there's actually a little sound effect that plays too. It's very quiet, but there is a sound. Traditional, it's like a very low whoosh. So there we go. So that's and I think there's at the beginning of this segment, there's meant to be a transition as well, which I have forgotten to do. we'll just go and add that in. So yeah, you see the the little drone overlay whips off the screen, but then the time lapse just awkwardly cuts. Yeah, so we gotta fix that. So I gotta cut off this little area, add the offset, and this should go over the top in the layers. So it should go over like that, but then the background, gotta have the background fade. Or do we? Maybe we don't. Okay, the background needs a bit of a fade as well. Oh, actually that looks really awkward. Oh no, I know what to do. I'm gonna take this, and that has to blend. So the background looks like it's blending. That's better, there we go. And we'll add the little whoosh sound effect. Group. So I like to group these as well. I began this, although there's this weird thing that's happening with the drones teleporting on this. I think I know why that is though. Let me, I will resolve that. The reason the drone is suddenly jerking its rotation ever so slightly is because I've moved some of these clips around. So I just gotta make another cut here and copy these to that. So the drone doesn't look like the rotation is suddenly teleported off. There we go. So now, I began this rig. That transition's a lot cleaner, and I'm gonna have music in the background too, which I've picked out some of the songs, but I need to pick out songs for the last half still. And the music will change, and then all the weight painting. So I have that title, and then it transitions out from here. Traditional. So I just need to record one little clip. Allows me to pose of me with the thing open, moving its bones. So we'll quickly, or can I do that with? Can I do that while streaming? I wonder. I don't know. Can I open OBS with let's try it. Can I record my screen while I'm streaming? I wonder. Hopefully. Okay, I just gotta make sure my audio is muted. And, well actually, yeah, I'll just mute all of that. And I think I can do it. So, I'm gonna go, I'm gonna have the full screen view, and I'm gonna like try and like make the viewfinder massive, so we don't have all this other stuff on the screen. And I think, yeah, this should be good. Yeah, because I just need to show this. So I'll turn off symmetry and just do the one like that. That's what I need to record. So let me turn off all these other widgets, like these, like that. That's a bit cleaner now. We'll go to OBS. So we'll go start recording, and I'll click on this and move the hands, and I'll like try and pose it or something, do something cool. And then we'll do another, we'll show what FK looks like too. So I'll turn off the IKs and go FK. FK hand. So I'll show what that looks like. So that's me moving each one individually. That should be good. That should be all I need. So so here's my workflow now on how I import footage. I just gotta find what, hold on. 10 footage, Feline, drone, and it's gotta go in this folder. And then I gotta go videos, captures. And it should show up here. Should is the keyword. Let's open that. Okay, there we go. So I'm gonna drag these into my footage, and I'm going to append this name to drone. Do I want to be more specific or not? I'll call it drone model rig. Because where possible, I like to add some descriptions to the file name of what this clip is for. If I don't have something specific, I just leave it as the date, like I've done for these clips. But if it's something a bit more, like this is only showing one thing, I'll have it named like this. Now, to get it in, got to open the footage bin, which I have open already. I'll then go to the corresponding folder, Feline drone, and then I just got to drag that in. I will remove it from my captures because it's copied it from my other hard drive, so I'll get rid of it here. And I'll take this and drag it. And now I should just be able to put it in. And why is it recorded 5 audio channels? Okay, that's a bit weird. I can just get rid of those though. Oh, not the whole thing, just that. So that's then we're just gonna clip out the best bits of this. And then that's it. By moving his hand, so I say by moving his hand, and the minute that happens, I have to start moving his hand. The IK handle, which allows me to pose the robot's arms by moving his hands instead of adjusting each. By moving his hands, and then instead of each, and then I go to the FK example where I have to move each segment because it's annoying. I hate FK. Well, I don't hate it all the time. I just hate it sometimes. So here, I'm going to show this clip. By moving his hands instead of adjusting each individual bone, by moving his hands instead of adjusting each individual bone along its arm. Once getting the rig set up, yeah, that's funny. I like that. To transition out of, because it does look a bit abrupt with the time lapse, and then it just suddenly stops and shows the AK handle, which allows me. Yeah, I want to add a bit of a whoosh just to kind of transition from the time lapse to pay attention to the screen now. I have something to show you type moment. So after 10 frames, that's my transition time is 10 frames, and this is at 60 FPS. So I don't know how many seconds that is, but it's very short. It's enough time to show a transition. So to make a transition, I'm going to add a cross dissolve so it fades in from the thing underneath. This is also going to need a gotta go to my effects presets offset, and then this one will also have the offset as well. So it does that. Ooh, that's cool. Which allows me to. So it goes. Whoo, pay attention now. Look at this, and then I have the little. I have the. Hands instead of adjusting each individual bone, and then when we transition out back to the time lapse, we'll have an ending transition too. I had to bind, so I'll just make a cut here, crossfade. Well, no, the crossfade should go on this one. That should go on top, because I like to have the thing that comes in next goes on the top, and then I add the offset whip. I call it the whip because it's like whipping the like that. Pretty cool. And we'll move that down a layer, add the sound. I used to be very slow at this, but I've gotten a lot faster because I used to not know what presets were, and I'd have to go in and manually add that each time. But thank goodness you could save those because I didn't know that until about a year ago. So I'm very happy that I learned that. So that is, I will group those, and then I will. What is that beeping? I don't know what that is. Hopefully it's not too loud. Allows me to. There we go. Cool. And I think that is the last marker. Oh, no, I don't want to add a marker. I want to remove a marker. Let's get you out of there. Remove marker. Remove marker. Clear selected marker. It's not called remove marker. It's called clear selected marker. And that's the rigging segment done. So there we go. So that's how long it takes to record and edit and produce 2 minutes of video. The only thing left. What's this marker? I think this marker's fine. And becoming your next addiction. That's okay. That's fine. I can remove this marker. I think it's just the fan art bit. That's the only thing left. So let me just double check. Okay, that marker at the beginning I don't need as well. So I think that is done. Clear, selected. So that's the only thing I have to do is like the music and the fan art for the credits. So this is, we skip ahead to the end here and I have my little credit segment, which by the way, if you head to the link in the description to my Patreon right now and subscribe at the VIP or above, not only will you get exclusive Project Feline mug, but you'll also get your name here. So if you want your name here now, check that out down below and support the channel. So these are the lovely people that are here so far. We've got a few, and I've picked out a good font for you guys because I respect you. I'm not going to put you in Times New Roman or some garbage font. I've got you in here in Eurostyle Bold, which is a great font. So if you want your name spelt out in Eurostyle Bold, which is an expensive font, but I get it with my Adobe Cloud subscription, thankfully. But if you want your name in a cool font like this, link down below. Pledge and support the channel. I'd appreciate it. Now, give me a moment. We gotta hop into Discord real quick, because this is where you guys post fan art. I just gotta find the fan art channel. All right, so you guys can help me out here. I haven't checked on this in a while, so let me scroll up, because we need to put some fan art in the background. And you guys have been sending a lot of stuff. So this is like pre-server opening, and I think that I recognize that this is all new, I think. So I think I've got some of these saved, but I don't have all of them saved. So I should go and save some of these. So let me open a tab, because if I try and open the source, it's going to open it in Chrome. So I'm going to go open in browser. Open, well, this is like a work in progress. We won't do the work in progress ones. Because I don't want to show someone's half-finished one. I want them to finish it first. Because I know for me, I know not everyone's like this, but some artists I know are very, oh, sorry, I hit the microphone. I know that some artists are a bit picky about like showing their work in progress. So if it's going to be in a video, I'm going to just only pick ones that are like finished. That one's kind of cool. That's a work in progress. That's a work in progress. There's the finished one. Wow, that's actually pretty cool. So these are, oh, this is Cosmix. I think this Cosmix still in chat right now. This is yours. So I just realized, because I want you to help me pick one, but some of the people that drew them might be in chat right now and bias the outcome. So I gotta be, don't just vote for yourself, okay? You gotta keep this democratic, okay? I love democracy, okay? And I wanna make use a democratic process here. So, wow, that is so many. This one looks really cool, but I know he's still working on the background, so I'll wait for him to finish the background. Whoa. Damn. Yeah, this is actually really cool, guys. Thanks so much for sending these in. So let me save, I want to save them all. Oh, but this one has a watermark on it. Oh, because we can't really use watermark stuff. There's like, it's sort of like it's a standard I've adopted from like editorial or like journalism. There's like a rule with journalism where you can't use watermarked images, because there is a reason. It's something like with like litigation or something. It's like if you use watermark images, you like hold yourself at risk of infringement or something like that. I don't know the exact thing, so I try to be very careful when using watermarked things. But it is a cool one. So let me just save this. I have a folder where I tried to save the fan art that people send. I just gotta find where that is, and then I'll put them all up on screen, and we'll I just gotta find what folder did I put? I don't think I organized the fan art. That's the only folder I have not organized, is the fan art folder. So okay, and I have to like, because some of these have duplicate names, so that's why it's a hard one to organize. But I'm just going to save all these, because I like to keep this stuff in case posts get removed or Discord shuts down. So I'm just going to go in the save all that to my fan art folder. I love this one, but it's really low quality. So I might have to discriminate this one, because I can't use this as a background, because the image size is like, if I try and blow that up for the background, it's going to look visibly pixelated. But I do love this one. It's really cool. This one's cool. They're all cool. They're all really cool. These are all high quality though. So I'm gonna have to disqualify. I'm sorry, but I have to disqualify you because we can't use you for a background. This is also, this doesn't take up a full frame. Like if I zoom in, it's gonna look pixelated as well. So unfortunately, I don't think I can do this one either because I have to pick something that's the right size. But that's really cool though. Thanks. This is a good candidate because it's a widescreen one. This is also, it's portrait, but it's big enough where I can blow it up like this. So that's a possibility. So is this one. This one, it has the watermark, and it also has, it doesn't take up the full screen, but it does look pretty cool. I actually have not looked at it this close. That's a cool smear there. So, but it all depends on what looks cool. Or what will, I don't know. These, I don't know why this one's a slightly different size. So let me, so this is going to go in the background of these credits, and I have this blue overlay over it so that you can read the credits, but in the background it'll have one of these. So you tell me, so I should number these, I think. I don't know, how should I number these so you guys know which one I'm doing? I want to be written in Comic Sans. Oh, well, I'm tempted to maybe allow that. If you're not a subscriber, Skylar Mutton, if you subscribe now, I will actually put your name in Comic Sans, just you, okay? If you do it. If that's what it's going to take to get you to support the channel, if I have to put your name in Comic Sans, I'll do it. That could be, maybe I could make that a bonus tier, like you pay an extra $1 and I'll put your name in a custom font. Is he gonna do it? Oh my goodness. Is Skylar gonna do it? Skylar, I need you to subscribe to Raymond Cripps' Patreon. Sorry, I know it's Skylar with an A, but I see the word Skylar and I think Breaking Bad immediately. But if you do it, I think I have Comic Sans installed. I'm not sure. So you guys tell me. We got 1, 2. Well, these are both by the same person. I think this one would make a better background. This is more of a, this has text in it, and that's going to interfere with the credits. So I'm going to disqualify this one, but this one, this person has done the same one here, so it's the same artist. So you still get a slot. This one looks a bit like a better background. So that we'll go, these are our options. We got this one. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, which I think is also by, this looks similar. It looks like it's done by the same person. Oh, not really. It's a bit different. 4 and 5. So you guys tell me what one you want to see in the credits. Rock Lobster likes the ice cream one. Number 1. That's pretty cool. I love Calder's face. yeah. So I'll show them all again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hiroshi says 5. HAB says 4. Number 5 looks threatening. Oh, did Skylar do it? Oh, I have to verify that. I have to check that. I'm gonna have to log into Patreon right now and verify. Because you could just be trolling me. You could be making this up right now. Let me check my dashboard and see if you've... Oh, wait a minute. I'm earning slightly more per month now. Maybe he actually did it. Oh, yeah, the mad lad did it. He became a member of supporter. Oh, but my man, you didn't read the tiers. That's not the... you didn't... You made an impulse decision, my friend. Sorry, I should have made that clear. So it's the VIP tier that gets the credits. Because I have a lot of people at the supporter tier and the other one. But there would be so many names, so I have to make it so that it's the VIP tier and above that gets the credits. Otherwise, it would go for like 10 minutes. So, thanks so much, though. I appreciate that you're supporting it, but unfortunately, I want to put you in there, but that wouldn't be fair to the other people subscribing at the credits tier. So maybe next time, though. But thanks so much for the support, though. You will get the members zone. You still get something. You get the Discord members zone. So I hope you enjoy that. But thanks so much, Skylar. You could be scamming. I mean, true, you could just be doing a charge. You could just charge it back. You could do that. You could just be messing with me right now. Because, yeah, actually, now that I think of it, is that a loophole? Could someone just subscribe and then like not pay and then leave and have their name in my video forever? I'll have to look into that. That might be a loophole. That might be a loophole where someone can get a free credit. I'll have to look into it. I'll have to carefully assess that before I change the text sequence. So we've got like votes for all of them. We got few saying 5, few saying 4, and who said Rock Lobster likes this one? So it's like an equal vote for for these ones. This one, and this one. I mean, yeah, they're all cool. I don't know. I guess we'll have to see how they look in the we'll import these in. Oh no, before I import them in, I need to like name, because when people send me fan art, it goes through Discord and then I save it from Discord, and the file name is whatever the person's original file's name was. So these are all named with different conventions because people use different stuff. So there's this one. This is literally just called Feline PNG, which I can't I can't put that in my folder because I already have one called Feline PNG. So before I touch any of these, I have to go and name them to the right name. And the naming convention I use for fan art, I'll show you. So I have to go to my illustrations. I need to move this folder somewhere else though. I don't like where I've put this folder. So my strategy is I put them in a folder to the corresponding year and month, and then I name them based on who uploaded them, so I know that what their username is, so I can credit them. And so if we go to, what was the ice cream one? So, oh, it's got me in streamer mode. So okay. Well, I can't exit streamer mode while I'm streaming. Well, I'll tell you what. We'll just put them in now, and I'll rename the files later, which means I'm going to have to clean stuff up later. But I physically can't, because if I turn off streamer mode, okay, that's a risk. I don't want to turn off streamer mode while I'm streaming. I don't want bad things happening. So what we will do, we'll just chuck them in a temporary folder for now, just to see how they look. Part of me is debating speed finishing my piece. Oh, well, hold on, Rock Lobster, that was one of yours in here, wasn't it? I remember your name now. It was yeah, you were doing this one. Well, hey, if you're quick enough, maybe. If you do it before Friday, I'll consider it. Okay, so I just got to put in I've got to find a folder to put this in for the moment. So I think I want them, there's a graphics project, which is where I put images in. So I'm going to close my footage. I don't need the footage open now. I'm going to go to graphics, and I'm just going to put them in the root for the moment. I'm not going to, because to name these and stuff properly, I'm going to have to exit streamer mode and reveal people's usernames, which is probably not a good idea to do in public, so I won't. I think it's these. But you see how they're all kind of named like Project Feline.png? One of them is just called image PNG, so I have to obviously change these at one point because I'm not going to know what these are. So we'll oh yeah, we can't use the low resolution ones, so we'll take those out. I'm so sorry though, because these do look cool, but they're low resolution. I can't use them in a video. So it's this one, and that one is like borderline. I might be able to use it, but it's also a portrait, so it's a tough one. So let's chuck in just a demo of what some of this will look like. What? Mr. Wojak. Excuse me, my name is Mr. Cripps, actually. What are you talking about? No, there's no devil at my door right now, man. I'm good. The devil's not watching me, okay? I already dealt with him. He's leaving me. He promised to leave me alone, okay? The devil is not coming. Could put them side by side. Oh, I could. Well, I could, but the thing is, because I used to do a similar thing, but in some of my earlier videos, I did that, but because some of them are like horizontal and some are landscape, and it's really hard to make something that looks good with like a collage and text over it. It's just a bit much. So I like to pick one. And that way, if I only pick one, I can use one of these next time. So you know what I'm saying? So it's like, if you don't make it this time, you get into the next one. But if I put like 10 side by side or 5 side by side, I'll run out of fan art too quickly. Unless people start drawing more of it, in which case, then I'll be fine. But these are the ones I have at the moment. And I want to save these up and like, because I want to have them. I think if you have it on their own, it's sort of like you can appreciate it more if it's just one on its own. So we had this one, and then there was this one, which I'll have to like crop. I have to like zoom it in slightly. So this is a bit like I can kind of, that might make it because I only have to zoom it in by like 10% or 15%, like that one. So I'll mute my audio. And I'll just alternate between them in the edit just so you can see the differences of which one you guys like more. So this is the ice cream one, and I'm gonna have like a scroll animation effect going on so it looks a bit more dynamic. So those are our 3 options. Or Rock Lobster's one if he finishes it, which I might consider too. If Rock Lobster finishes his one, because I know he's put in so much effort, I'll just use his and I'll use one of these next time. But we'll see what if he's busy though, don't worry about it. You've got all the time in the world. So that's that one. And then there's like this one. I really like the blue on this. This looks really cool. And then the ice cream one. What do you guys reckon? Drawing at the speed of sound. See, I can't pick one because they all look kind of cool. Maybe I should. Okay, well, here's an idea. If I can't pick one, maybe I just pick whichever one was posted first, and then I'll do the other ones in order of which they were made. I think the ice cream one was done first, and then this one was done last, and the other one was done in the middle. I think that one was like posted a little before. I think. Because, yeah, I want to use all of these at some point, actually. So maybe we will end up using these all at some point. But I'll do it in chronological. Yeah, so we'll pick... I think I want to pick the ice cream one, because that's really funny. Or, I'm just trying to think. Or, do I want to save this one for an episode where I actually bring up Calder and Felix? I think that actually I might want to save this one because there is an episode I have to make at some point where I talk about the characters, and it might be better to save this piece for an episode where I actually bring up Calder and Felix in it. Because here, if you haven't watched the series before, I only ever talk about Gabby and the robot. If you're a new viewer, you're not going to know who these characters are. So I might save this one for a special occasion, and we'll try out one of these. Like this one. Oh, this is cool. And I think this one was drawn first, and then this one was posted just yesterday, I think. Because this one is... Oh, they're both cool. Well, okay, well, let me think. Because I try to also just think about what's going to fit the video as well. Because I think with robots, with the music choices and stuff, this one feels more... It feels a bit more combative, if you know what I mean. Like this episode, the theme, it's been about character design, but it's about a enemy. And it's about, it has this undertone of Gabby's enemies. Like that's the kind of, that's the subject of the episode. And I feel like this picture, it kind of matches the vibe of talking about being chased by robots and being this and, you know, being whacked, being stalked by these robots. It has the tonally, it sort of like matches the subject matter. This one is also adorable. Like this is so cute, but I feel like it's very light compared to the subject. I think this would make, if I had an episode talking about, well, even just one talking about Gabby or one talking about like, environment art, because he has all these props. He's got like the cog and the shipping crate, like that's sort of reminiscent of level design. So I think maybe this would make a good one for level design. Like if I do another video on level design, this would be like a cool thing to put up. Whereas this one, it feels like a very like, reminds me a little of like the Shadow the Hedgehog box art, but not as edgy. But it has that kind of serious, because, you know, being chased by robots is serious business. So I think this is the one I'm vibing. And the other ones are amazing. They're really cute. I think I want to save those up for another episode where they match kind of the tone. Because this is a very serious video. It's a very technical, dry, and serious video. And we need a serious drawing to match, I think. So this one, who did this one? This was who did that one? I would love if they had put their names in the files, but they haven't. But it's called Sketch Gabby 2. Who did Sketch Gabby 2? Yoon. Thanks so much, Yoon. So here's a suggestion. If you guys want extra credits, if you want to make me really happy, here's a fun little challenge. If you put your username in the file name, it'll make my job easier. Because then I know exactly who's made it. So then, because then what I have to do, once I've put in the drawing, I have to type in your name in this little text box up here. So I go Yoon. Is it Yoon or Yoons? Yoon. We'll do, okay, so it's Yoon. I could have thought it was Yoons, plural, but I guess not. So fan art by Yoon, there we go. There's the credit sequence. But it looks a bit static, so we got to add some... This is where I do a bit of my magic. I do a bit of keyframe animation. So we'll go to position. I'm going to animate it so that it sort of pans to the background or something cool, something sick. So it like slowly pans. I don't know which way. I think it should go up. So it should start a bit lower, like 450 or 460, like that. And sort of go up like this. But I don't want it to move too much. It can't move too quickly. So let's see how that looks. So I have it sort of scrolling just till it looks dynamic, and it kind of reveals more of the artwork too. That's the cool thing about vertical pieces like this, is that you can kind of scroll through and reveal more of the drawing to keep your engagement. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I just don't like that she looks like she's going a little off frame here. I just want to move her a bit down. Her face is going to fall off the frame. That's a bit nicer. And I want to move this a little bit because I want to see some of that background there too. So we'll add the we'll do maybe 400. So it starts a bit lower and then goes up. There we go. Cool. Skylar, I've been watching for almost 4 years. It was before COVID. Yeah, wow, that's incredible. You know, it's funny. I don't know if it's like this for everyone, but I still feel mentally like it's 2020 or 2021. Like I like time travel. It feels like I time traveled through that. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's just me that has that, but it does feel very strange. But then I go and look at, because if you've been following for those 4 years, if you go and look back at videos I made 4 years ago, it's like, oh, well, that's what I was doing. So I didn't time travel, but I forget that I'd done that stuff. Like there was some video I made, like I don't remember all my videos. Like if we look at what I had made in 2020, I honestly can't remember what I made videos about. I know that I had some things on her character model and some on her level design, but I literally, like, you could show me an episode I've made and I would be like, oh, I totally forgot I made this. So it's actually like quite a bit's happened. If I go and look at like an episode from 2021 or 22, it's like there's actually so many drastic differences. But I don't know if it feels that way for everyone else, because I've been here doing it this whole time. But I think because I've slowed my uploads down, it doesn't really feel like much has happened. But if you actually look at footage, it's like there's actually a lot of differences, and there's a lot I still haven't talked about, which I need to get on, which I'm one video at a time. We're doing it one at a time. Oh yeah, and then for this last bit, I have to have a whoosh transition on the concept art too. So let me go and do that. So if I go to effects, presets, offset from right. So I have to whip it like that. Cool. I think that's oh, I need to have it here too. And I have this blue background is a placeholder, so I'll get rid of that and just move the concept art there instead. So we'll ungroup, delete, and I'll just put the concept drawing there. Skylar was, yeah, you feel that too? Okay, well that's good. It's not just me. But yeah, I honestly, yeah, it feels like, it also feels like ages ago at the same time. Like, the whole I remember in my area, everyone, I literally got like in my area, it was actually like physically geographically locked down. Like I couldn't they had like blocked, there's like 3 roads that like go to my place, and it's like they're all closed, so I literally was trapped. But it feels like a long time ago now, because I don't, when I go out now, I don't, it's like it never happened. Like I don't notice anything, like there's no one's wearing masks, there's no hand sanitizing stations everywhere like there was at the beginning, and I don't hear anyone talking about it. Like there used to be I had a friend that was like really obsessed with watching the infection numbers, and every time we'd like meet up, he'd always like go on this 10-minute thing on, did you see the numbers? And it's like peaking or whatever. The thing is it's probably a lot higher now than it was back then, but I never hear about it anymore. So it's pretty crazy how that all changes. But anyway, what was I doing? I needed to do something to this clip. Oh yeah, I needed to just group. I like to keep it tidy and group these together. Group. So that's all grouped. That's groups. And then I need to group this. And then I need to take this and move it down to that layer. So now, as I'm transitioning out of this, it then goes to the see, I put it, I don't just slap fan art on, I put a bit of effort in. So I've got the transition, I've got the scrolling, because yeah, I make it look cool. And then I put this epic Eurostyle bold font over the top. So that's that's actually my favorite part of doing the devlogs, is doing the little credits bit here. Oh wait, is that you name it? Is that the same? That's an awfully similar username. Is that the same person? I wonder if it's the same person. It might be. I have a suspicion it might be. There's also, wait a minute, there is something a bit weird that going on. The animation stops abruptly. Oh, I didn't move the keyframe. Silly me. Let's make sure that that lines up. Okay, it does, yeah. Oh, except this little transition. Because yeah, I have this animate off screen too, because I'm that meticulous. So that whooshes off screen. Which means I need to copy this, wherever that is. There's the credit. There we go. Gotta copy the text. Gotta copy that to this part of it. There we go. Now it whooshes in. There we go. That's great. That's about it, I think. Rock Lobster says, I had to do a background concept, and now coming back to my little Gavi piece, I could see so many things to improve. Well, don't sweat it, man. Okay, I had a lot of videos I still have to make, so if you take your time, don't rush it. You'll get there. We'll get it in maybe in another episode. If you got other stuff to do though, go do that. You don't like. I have plenty more videos where I can have your fan art in. But yeah, I think this fits the vibe, I reckon. The one that you did though, I think that one, that feels like a, because there is a video where I have to like talk about the characters and stuff, and that would also be a good fit because you've actually drawn them all in. So maybe I'll save it for something like that. I love this, the facial expressions too. I love that. It's great. But yeah, take it. Don't shred it, dude. I hate backgrounds as well, so I totally get it. I hate drawing backgrounds. That's why I don't draw backgrounds. That's why all of my backgrounds are just royalty-free clouds. So that's what I do. But yeah, don't sweat it. All right. So I can clear this marker now. That's the fan art marker done. And I think that's the end of the video. I have my little merch plug, which you can link down below, by the way, if you want one of these. this is a all new design exclusive to Patreon. So if you want I think the final tier on the Patreon, that's the loyalty tier. And every 3 months that you stay pledged, it supports the channel so I can keep making videos. And every 3 months you get sent one of these items. So it goes from sticker to mug to shirt to hoodie. So if you stay for the whole year, you get a whole collection of swag. And then we could be matching, which would be pretty based. So if you want some cool stickers, mugs, whatever, check that link down below. I'd appreciate it so much. And I get to give you cool swag, and that's my life mission. It is not indeed it's not to make a game. Surprisingly, it's to make everyone's swag better. That's my mission. To make everyone look cool with my Project Feline hoodies. So I have to then like cut the watermark goes over a bit. I was going to clean up the end there. So and I need some footage to put at the end, because this is where I put the links and everything. So I just need to add a bit of gameplay to put in the background here while I do the end screens and recommended videos or whatever. I just need something in the background. So I'll put, do I have a clip I can just use from the intro? Maybe this clip. That's actually a cool outro clip. Or one of the robot just moving. Yeah, I think I like that other one, so I'll just go and paste that in, because that's a long clip too, so I can... Yeah, I'll just get rid of the zooming. So it ends on... That seems like a good end credits scene. So then I have the ending of the video. To it, I'll see you next time. And I'll have that go for a few seconds, because if it's too abrupt, it feels weird. So after I say see you next time, we'll go for another second. And then I'll have the music fade out. And I'll have enough time to put up something on the screen. Cool. Now, there is some other stuff I have to record, because here's the thing, because I want, I don't know if this is terribly urgent, but I won't do it today, maybe tomorrow, because there's a few, so this is like, I just got to do the music up, which I'll do tonight. In terms of releasing it, I have to make a thumbnail, so we might do that tomorrow. Thumbnails usually take about a day, because I have to, it's a process, making a thumbnail. And I also, like I said at the beginning of the stream, I want to record a little, like, what was that noise? Whoa, sorry, how do I pronounce that name? Snubpill has gifted an early access supporter to JK. Wait, no, that was 4 hours ago. What happened now? It's not updating the, oh, he donated something. What is that? 20,000 IDR. What is that? I've never heard of that currency, but thank you. You might make a fan art someday? Well, hey, if you do, post it in the Discord and let me know, and I'll get it in a video. What is IDR? I have no idea what currency that is. Oh, it's rupees. Rupees? It's Indonesian rupiah. Sorry, I'm not familiar with that currency at all, but that's a cool... IDR is such a cool... what do you call it? The acronym? It's an epic acronym. My one's lame. I have AUD. I hate that acronym. It's lame. IDR sounds way cooler. But thank you so much. Indo dollars. Yeah. So I'm not very familiar with Indonesia, as you can tell. But thanks so much, dude. That's so kind. Might make another Gabby fan art composition specifically to make my credit go on the top left. Oh, dude, that's sick, man. That'd be awesome. Making it deliberately for a credit sequence. See, that's smart. Skylar says he felt he was unproductive during COVID. I mean, yeah, I don't remember if I felt unproductive as well. I think I might have a little bit. It was more like just the mania. I couldn't quite handle it. I wanted to just sit and work on my game, but like you turn on the TV, you go to Twitter, everywhere you go, it's just constant. Not mania. There's a better word. Hysteria. That's the right word. Yeah, that was a bit. It was a bit draining to be surrounded by just constant hysteria all the time. So I'm glad that that's sort of passed. And yeah, I've had COVID like twice now. So it used to be very scary, but then I had it once and I was like, oh, this isn't so bad. And then I had it again just last month. And it was like, it kind of sucked, but it wasn't like the end of the world. So I felt very lucky that it was like, all right, well, thank goodness I'm young, because that probably helps a bit. Actually, weirdly enough, because my dad got it too, and he's a lot older than me, and he like recovered in like 2 days. Like, it was insane. He literally like 2 days later, he's like totally fine. It took me a whole week. So I don't know. I guess I didn't get the good genes. I don't know what it was, but yeah, I'm very jealous. So yeah, maybe when I get older, I'll also get a better immune system, hopefully. I don't know. But yeah, so I'm just thinking for tomorrow's stream, because we're about done now with the actual editing part. The only thing I wanted to do is have a bit at the end, maybe, or somewhere near the end, where I kind of just sort of level, or not level with, but more catch the YouTube main content viewers up on like, hey, so this was actually made like a while ago, and I've been busy with this and this and this. And I'm going to be working on videos on it, but I just need time. And watch the streams if you want to see what I'm doing now. Like a little thing like that. I think I want to have something like that in, just so people know I'm alive, you know, and that I am aware that I've kind of left people out a bit with the YouTube main channel content stuff. Because yeah, I think when was the last video? It was like what, 3 months ago. So I think I should do some kind of acknowledgement of, yeah, look, I know it's been a while, okay, but I've just been kind of busy, just to have in there somewhere. So I might record that tonight and just squeeze it in at the end. And then tomorrow we need a thumbnail, and I need to pick out a title. I actually don't know what I'm even going to title this thing, because doesn't sound like, I know for anyone that's not a YouTuber, you might just think, oh well, Project Feline devlog 30 or something like that, which is not a good title. You need something cool. So I'll maybe we'll brainstorm a good title and a good thumbnail tomorrow, which will be about a day of work probably. And then I can release it to my early access members. So if that's you, that's great news for you. It's like Christmas. And then after a bit, I can then release it unto the world. With all this other stuff that I have not shown in between from minute 0 to minute 12. I think that's it. Unless there's some other weird thing that happens. Unless there's some weird bug where it deletes all my footage. Then I should be okay. So yeah. So so I know it's been a bit of a different stream today, but I kind of needed a bit of a break from animation, to be honest. Like, we've been doing Gabby for a bit and I'm a little tired of looking at it. Maybe you are too. So I felt like I need this video to come out. So we were doing a bit of editing. So if you're ever curious on how it is my devlogs happen, that's some of how it happens. But that's just the end. Imagine that, but for like 12 days. And there you go. That's how a video gets made on the Raymond Cripps channel. So I appreciate you guys. I know it's a different topic. I don't know if this is anywhere near as interesting as Blender, but for those that were sticking around and watching me edit, I appreciate that. It's very cool. And yes, as you have now seen, content is in the works. It's coming. So hit that bell. What's the time? Yeah, I gotta get going. So thanks for sticking around, guys. I will see you tomorrow. We'll be hopping into Photoshop, doing some thumbnails. So I will see you then. Enjoy your afternoon or whatever time of day it is for you Los Angelans out there. And I'll see you tomorrow.